Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast. Today is Wednesday, June 4th. We'll do about an hour warm up and then we'll jump into the video game news. I am actually starting on time for once today, which is shocking. We'll scroll down the 24-hour peak concurrent chart here. My macro ran a lot faster today, but I'm not 100% sure it's because of the tweaks I made on Monday. But yeah, it definitely went from taking 2 or 3 hours to run to probably taking less than 40 minutes to run. So, major improvement. Of course, I'm not sure if that was really how long it's going to take, considering I still have some other things I need to fix and tweak, in that 2 of my 4 news sources did not get opened at all. So now I have manually set them up to open using a plugin called Snap Clips, where you just draw a box around links and they open if there are such links that are in the box. And I have the Snap Link at the moment configured to open links very, very slowly because I'm using it with the follow list cleanup, which I also made a decent amount of progress with that today. So overall, I'm doing pretty good today in the productivity level, considering how I woke up in an extreme amount of pain, which I don't know if I am literally just gassy because I ate like beans. Yeah, I tried a can of beans just to see if that would be a good pantry food to have in it, and they tasted fine, but they're in tomato sauce, and tomato sauce and me don't agree too well, and so I don't know if I'm just straight up woke up gassy or not. But yeah, it felt like my ribs were bruised waking up this morning, and that may just be that my mattress is flat and needs fluffing or something else, or any number of other problems that could be wrong with me. But yeah, also I do know that it's really lower than ribs, and it would be where your kidneys would be if your kidneys were in front, is where I was feeling it, which there's basically nothing in your body at that point except for maybe a stomach, a pancreas, a liver, but pancreas and livers are not on both sides. If the back hurts, like kidney pain feels like your back's hurting. Many people confuse kidney pain for lower back pain, but it's not the front of it from what I've heard. But certainly any odd pains are at least a little bit of room for concern. Yeah. So yeah, first, starting up on a bad note, and frankly not waking up particularly early, I managed to accomplish a lot before getting into the streaming spot, and because my macro ran fast, we are able to start on the right time and not have a stream that is just doomed to drag on deep into the evening. Now, because these pages are still opening, what's going to happen is that the pages are just kind of slowly going to randomly open directly to the right of whatever tab I'm on in Firefox. So we're going to be a little bit out of order, but yeah, shouldn't be too big of a deal. And yeah, I don't really have too much else to say. I played a game. Like, I even opened up the news cleanup here, and so there will be a lot of pages like this too. And here's a great one I can get rid of the follow list. Pretty easy to remove something that's mixed reviewed and has just been released. no reason that I would ever make a YouTube short on that game again. I already have once. But yeah, I'm making incredible progress, way faster progress. I question whether I won't be done with completely emptying out the file list before even Friday happens. And then it's just going to be a case of cleaning up the wish list. But yeah, I've seen a couple games on sale, like the Control Ultimate Edition for Steam, since I got that free on Good Old Games with a video card, was $6. So I grabbed that, even though I know I'm not really gonna play it, which, you know, on another end is definitely still crazy. One of the things I will certainly start to think about now is just what the last update of something is. Inherently, a game like this that was released in 2021 that hasn't been updated for 32 months may not be a problem, particularly if it's single player, particularly if it's just in a good final state. But if it were a multiplayer game and there was nobody playing it, or if it was labeled as early access and it hasn't been updated in 3 years almost, that's a big different bit of information. Also, right before I started streaming, did check, and it does seem like still in JavaScript you can make a page automatically close itself. We'll see if Firefox really allows that, which means my thought of moving curation into the JavaScript of Steam pages itself will make sense. It will probably work. So what it would do is the same process. It will look at all of these tags, and if any of them say like sexual content, nudity, hentai, things like that, it will just automatically close that tab, which is going to be weird if I ever really do want to see anything with that tag. And there is a rare occasion when there are AAA games even that have those tags, either because the tags are wrong or because there's a reason to overlook it. The Witcher 3, probably an example that might have those tags. Baldur's Gate, an example that would have those tags. Now I have to remember now that if I'm doing followless cleanup, which is what this is, I'm not needing to make more YouTube shorts around them. And anything that opens up from my news feed is something that's going to have an update of some sort around it. So these are the games that have the highest chance of actually making it to my wish list compared to people who are doing basically nothing with their game and not putting out any updates as far as posts or updates as far as new versions of their apps, their games. Which, okay. You can see how some of these very quickly jump in the number of reviews and get a lot. But then there's a few games that are reviewed very well and then turn out to be terrible anyways. So I can't 100% trust the reviews, but I really can't do anything other than trust the reviews. It's like looking at reviews on any other site, frankly, where you know some of the reviews are going to be made up. And it's really just not going to matter too much. It's the best information you can get unless you can get someone to personally vouch for a game and someone you trust, which is where video game critics like me sometimes can come into play. More often, the games that I have on my follow list are very much like this, where they've been out for a fairly long time and they barely have 30 reviews. Which, yeah, that's usually how it goes. But I am also noticing now that I've gone through at least half of all the games on the fall list. For the tiny 5 or so adult games that I had on my fall list just to keep an eye on them and see what would happen there, none of them are good. None of them are worth buying. I just don't think Steam really is the place to get adult video games. And I'm not sure that there is anywhere where you should get adult video games, in the sense that I'm not sure that video games as a medium is the best place for porn. Let's just call it what it is. Because I just feel like porn is kind of more of a passive thing as far as interacting directly with the porn, because you're otherwise engaged. I'm trying to be very tactful here. Usually when you're watching porn. And if you aren't otherwise engaged, why are you watching porn in the first place? So yeah, the old joke of being able to play the game one-handed really is not even good enough. Porn games shouldn't really be games at all. They should be just videos, in my opinion. There is a history, certainly, of games that have porn in them that make a little bit more sense. When you're playing strip poker and the main thing that you're spending your time on is playing the poker for hours and hours, and then only once you win do you get a single screen of porn. That's the old way porn games used to work. But that's not the kind of games that are really available on Steam now. It gets to the goods way too early, and it's no longer a reward. It's just what you are expecting. So yeah, that's a long way of saying all the adult games are probably going to leave the fall list. I just don't see a need. I don't think I'd ever be able to cover any of them for any service at the moment. I don't think I'd find enough of them that were good enough to talk about. I think some of the best ones are probably being self-published on things like Kickstarter or Patreon, and not being put on Steam, which perhaps there is a point there where you just are going to have to say that those kinds of games are just not going to work on Steam, and there's just not going to be one platform for all types of games. In the same way that a lot of the small indie games that would have been Flash animation games in the old day really feel better when they are on itch.io instead of being on Steam, where they really just cannot compare. You know, we have a mostly negative game in the last 30 days, where it was mostly positive before then. And so this might be the other way in which coming out of early access can sometimes really screw up your progress, is when they just say, hey, we're done with it and this is the final version of the game, and people were expecting a lot more polish or a lot more improvement. Or there's just a new update that adds a lot of bugs. But yeah, you can see how when I click on these links, it goes in circles back and forth to the same thing a couple of times. Yeah. Yeah. And see, here's an example in the opposite way, in which this game has been updated in just 2 days, and it is still early access, and it was originally released in early access in 2021. There's another thing I'm realizing, is that there is a lot of people who think the business model to do is to put out their games in as broken and as alpha a state as possible on Steam, and just label those early access and effectively try and sell their game as they're developing the game. I don't know if there's too many examples where that's ever worked. You do have things like Hades 2, for instance, which is a big enough game and a sequel So it is in early access, but people are still buying it. But yeah, I think for most people who go down that route, their game is just forever in early access, and it's never received particularly well enough, and it's probably never that successful, if I was to guess. There is also a lot of games on the follow list that I'm cleaning up that seem to have just been removed after even a couple of months, maybe after a year of being on Steam. And a lot of them are reviewed fairly positively, and I can't help but wonder if that is just a money thing more than anything, where the situation occurs that somebody puts a game out, and one scenario is that they don't have all the legal rights for all the assets in that game and they get sued. Another scenario is they just haven't done any of the legal paperwork for their region, so all of a sudden they're selling products, and I don't think you really have to collect sales tax for a digital game, but maybe you do, depends where you live. It might very well change things. So if all of a sudden you're dealing with a local city, county, state tax comptroller is what they're called, then they may be sending you ridiculously high estimated bills of how much taxes you should be collecting, or it just may be a lot of extra accounting you weren't expecting. If it's not even that situation of sales tax, there is income tax in at least the United States, and if you're not paying any income tax in the past, and then all of a sudden you're selling a game and then you're having to file income tax, that would really suck. And there definitely is a sweet spot in the United States where if you have like less than $2,000 income, you don't have to file your taxes. So if you had $3,000 of income, you may be spending a decent amount of time you don't want to be spending filing taxes. You probably won't owe any taxes in that case, but it is going to be a hassle nonetheless, which weirdly the IRS just open sourced their software to free direct file as the Trump administration was trying to shut it down. So now there is a GitHub out there with the code, although unless people, which there probably are going to be people that update it and those people can be trusted, I think you're going to very quickly find that the direct file software may not be relevant for the next year or the previous year. And it certainly would be within the realm of possibility that the API could be shut down for direct filing, which if that was the case, then having a software is only going to be slightly helpful, although nothing would stop it from being updated constantly and having a print version where you just print and mail the filings. But yeah, whatever the situation is, whether it's people never really had their bank accounts set up to receive funds from the games of the sales of the games were being made by a couple people and the two people fell out and had an argument and a disagreement. Businesses fall apart all the time for reasons like that. Whatever the reason, those are just some that I speculate on. There is a lot of games that are just not listed on Steam anymore after 6 months, after a year, and there really is just not a good enough reason for them not to be listed still. You don't get a second bite at the apple, certainly, so it's not like you could take your game off of Steam and then come back 6 months, a year later and put it back on Steam. you might be able to do something close to that, but in the long run, I don't think you're going to fool people. Alright, so I wanted to talk about this for a moment. This is a drawing of a character named Kamen Rider. It's one drawing. Kamen Rider is more of a live action Power Rangers predecessor than an anime. There is animes, I'm sure, with Kamen Riders, but he does fairly commonly have this usual V eyebrow design here on his eye goggles on his mask, and so it's kind of known for that display. And I'm probably not even getting to the actual original source of something that has a V in its eyebrows, but Kamen Rider is the one that comes to mind to me, and I'm old, so I don't blame anybody for not recognizing Kamen Rider at all. What I do blame is the awful commentators at IGN talking about a new Marvel fighting game that was announced during the PlayStation State of Play, which has an Iron Man character design where Iron Man from the Marvel Universe has a V eyebrow, a more connected V eyebrow on his armor. And it will talk about the game itself later. It definitely is a interesting evolution on what you would have said would have been the Marvel vs. Capcom fighting series, except for now it is being made by Arc System Works and not Capcom, since apparently the last Marvel vs. Capcom game didn't sell that well, and it is very much a Japanese first fighting game. It's actually a very interesting fighting game in that it's claiming to be 4-on-4, which the way they showed that still makes it look like it is a 2 tag team versus 2 tag team. So one player and their tag partner versus another player and their other tag partner. And I'm not sure there's even been a fighting game where you actually have 4 players controlling those 4 characters, as much as you would usually just have 2 players controlling 2 players each, 2 characters each. But yeah, it did occur to me that a all-out brawl of 4 characters on the screen at all time fighting each of each other, that there are no sides, might be very interesting, where you would flatten that so that there would be a foreground and a background, and that the start of the matches would have characters punching and fighting each other in either diagonally across or in, well, it would be like a box, but as far as the way your attacks could go, you could go directly across from the top, directly across from the bottom if you're in the foreground, or you can go diagonally, so it'd be a box with an X in it, or you could go directly up and down if you're on the left side, or directly up and down on the right side. And then all of a sudden, if there was just like a limited number of attacks you could do based on the position of the enemy, where you can like elbow the person who is in the foreground or background in front of you, but you can't turn around and just start punching with a full force punch the person who's directly behind you without turning your body and leaving yourself open for an attack from the other 2 characters. That'd be interesting. And definitely you would want some kind of new special attack, where if the attack patterns are a box with a square in it, I mean a square with an X in it, then if all the characters attack towards that center intersecting point of the X, the exact middle, if all 4 characters attacked at that time, some big explosion should probably happen, and you definitely want to show that off and say that that's like a super hard combo to pull off, or that's your back off attack, where if everybody's just trying to attack everybody at the same time, it does less damage, and so you have to be more strategic on it. There could be an interesting experimental fighting game like that, but that's not what this new Marvel game really is. But it definitely got my mind thinking. As somebody who doesn't play fighting games, certainly also felt like it was fairly reasonable that they were definitely targeting the Asian audience who are into fighting games a lot more than targeting the Western audience. Even the name of the Marvel game is a Japanese word that I have no idea what really it means. But yeah, the reason I'm showing you Kamen Rider, though, is because the IGN commentator talked about Iron Man's look, which again, I'll show you Iron Man later, and he said it looked like Neon Genesis. He said it was very Neon Genesis-y, which, A, is a very big reference most people should get, and most people should know what the characters from Neon Genesis look like. But B, it's still kind of an old reference. It's just not anywhere as old of a reference as Kamen Rider would be. So, in contrast, let me show you a quick Google image search of what Neon Genesis looks like. And I would assume he is talking about the mecha armors here. The actual name that they're called eludes me at the moment. But yeah, I would assume that they are not referencing the pilot kids here. There is basically nothing similar other than it's bright and colorful to these mechas and the armor that Iron Man had in that game. So it's just an awful reference. It's a really stupid reference to make. It's kind of like you're trying to sound cool by saying something and you just don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is the main mecha character. He has like a unicorn spike on his forehead, or I think more accurately you would say she has a unicorn spike on her forehead. But yeah, there's nothing close to that was shown in the trailer. So just saying things makes you sound stupid, particularly when you're working for IGN, which I guess inherently, I guess that's the history of IGN in a nutshell, is that they have earned the ire of people by being really, really bad for their accuracy or for what they're saying. Also, the IGN stream, which is just the stream I guess I had already subscribed to, that I was watching the Sony State of Play, and this is part of the Summer Games Fest, I think. Kind of full of ads in the post-show and replaying old footage before the State of Play happened. Otherwise, as far as the actual Sony State of Play, I was kind of busy and not paying too much attention to it. I didn't think there was anything majorly exciting that was shown or announced. It was very noticeable that the very first thing when the State of Play starts is that they had two Japanese people speaking in Japanese at the very beginning, and so even for the worldwide presentation, you're reading subtitles. I think that probably hints where Sony's head is out, that they want to be a very much a Japanese company first and a global company second. Which, let's just be honest, a lot more people around the world, not only in the West, understand English than they do compared to the people who understand Japanese. And after that initial intro of two Japanese people talking, most of the presentation was in English. every now and then you would have interviews from Japanese developers again. It also definitely felt like nothing was really a first party or second party game being presented there from Sony. And while this was called a Sony State of Play, it felt like most of the games that were being shown and announced are likely also going to be on PC and probably will eventually come to at least the Switch, if not the Xbox also. Yeah, and I know I'm going in circles here. It just keeps opening the same tabs over and over again. There's a whole bunch of links on the news feeds that are right next to each other, so when I draw a box on it, it's like the same link to the same thing multiple times. But yeah, I think the exact order of what was shown in the Sony State of Play perhaps also speaks to some slight weirdness in that what did they feel like they needed to talk about, push, and promote up front versus what did they feel like they needed to talk about in the middle, and what did they feel like they needed to close the show with. And I'm not sure there really was too much logic behind much of it, if there was any logic behind any of it. Inherently, these kind of State of Play, Xbox Live Directs, Nintendo Directs are not really worth the time, even as a content creator, for me to watch them. You get the news write-ups, which come with press packets and press releases very often, so there's more screenshots and more things like that when you see an actual article being written by a mainstream video game journalist. And you can just ingest things in your own time and not watch a State of Play that's just going to cram trailer after trailer back to back. We'll scroll down this day in gaming for the last 3 days here. But yeah, nothing super amazing or interesting. That new James Bond game had some footage. With the James Bond game, it is going to be playing as James Bond before he's 007, and the James Bond that's being depicted looks fairly generic as a character, and maybe they'll do another pass on his visuals before the game actually releases. But yeah, I think part of it may be that the James Bond felt like he had blonde hair instead of black hair, where I feel like James Bond perhaps canonically should always have black hair and be a bit more of that fictional James Bond that we've seen in previous movies, where this James Bond felt like a young, brash Marine, which is what he is. But then certainly they're playing with the timeline again, as all the movies do. And Amazon is just totally in charge of James Bond now, so that'll be interesting to see what the next James Bond movie is and how that integrates. If it does at all, it probably won't. Or if another movie even gets made, what Amazon's interest is really going to lead to as far as a James Bond video game. Amazon may not be particularly too interested in promoting or caring about the James Bond game, which I don't remember the name, that's why I just keep calling it the James Bond game. Then there was this game that was teased where it's this girl and this guy who's kind of in almost like a Death Stranding like bit of armor, and they're working together, and they actually showed something close to gameplay of that game. It's called, I think, Paradigm, and then they kicked it down and delayed it to, I think, 2026. So it's just another teaser trailer for a game that seems really delayed. Noticeably, no Uncharted game announced, no Tomb Raider game announced, no Hitman game announced, no Final Fantasy game announced, as far as I recall. No Nier Automata type game announced, although there might be a game that's somewhat like that. There's no Nier game specifically announced, is what I should have said. And yeah, I think the lineup was fairly minimal, and it's probably the right move considering how the Switch 2 is going to make people at least think about the Switch 2 for a long time. And yeah, I don't think we'll see a huge number of games that are going to be announced for a PlayStation 5 Pro until there's some enthusiasm has died out for the Switch 2, and they may just hold off a lot of game announcements, if Sony even ever has a lot of game announcements, for a PlayStation 6, a theoretical PlayStation 6. Here's an example of a game that really has no reason for me to even keep it on the fall list or check it, because it didn't get reviewed, it's been out for long enough, and it's not a game that really even looks that interesting to me. Of course, there might be some special reason why this game was on the fall list, probably not, that I'm overlooking as I quickly go through these games, making knee-jerk reactions. But yeah, I don't think that's really going to be a problem in the long run. Yeah, and eventually these tabs will stop opening, and then we'll move through these a lot quicker and move through the rest of the tabs a lot quicker. In fairness, I wasn't expecting the Sony State of Play to be announced to be amazing. Death Stranding was not at the Sony State of Play either, so there's definitely going to be announcements for other games at other Summit Games Fest announcement things that will probably be on the PlayStation, which may very well just may highlight that PlayStation really doesn't need a PlayStation Direct, to the point where we have to remember that for several years there, during the E3 times, the Sony PlayStation Directs often were very light on announcements and would have these like long musical presentations. They had Ghost of Yotai was one of the trailers. In the old days, after showing that trailer for Ghost of Yotai, they very possibly would have had it been a stage show, they would have had an actual Japanese musician come out and play some kind of Japanese song that was era appropriate to Ghost of Yotai. Yeah, we definitely have a new person in charge of Sony, and with their Direct, they definitely are saving money and not blowing the budget like they used to do, and wasting the budget, in my opinion, like they have been doing for the past few years. But also, I guess it's worth pointing out that Sony didn't really have to do anything in their presentations too much. they still stayed around. They still were fairly successful. Whereas Microsoft was probably spending just about as much in their E3 stage show presentations, if not more, and Microsoft is doing way, way worse. It is certainly a case that even though people who run businesses will never agree to it, for a lot of businesses, probably most, you are safest to just be conservative with your funds and spend the least amount of money compared to your competitors and just go out of business slower than your competitors are. This is the combination that concerns me the most, though, is that you have some online co-op game, and then in the last 30 days the positivity is mixed, but overall the positivity is high, particularly in the case of online games only. That implies that the game is probably dying, and I just don't really see why you would want to play a Starship Troopers game mobile when Helldivers exists and it is more popular. Had this been very polished and had this come out before Helldivers, which I don't think it did, this definitely would be the one that would have succeeded quicker. Let's see, the more like this Helldivers 2 reference is actually accurate, and you can see that Helldivers 2 is running into a similar situation, but its numbers are just at least 10 times higher than what the Starship Troopers game has as far as its player base. But yeah, that is a huge difference. So when we get to it, if we get to it at this rate, I did manage to make another series. I did play an entire series for footage, pre-recorded footage. I still haven't scheduled any of that for months now, which, yeah, as far as anyone knows, I'm just lying about actually playing these games at this rate, and it's not true. I am actually playing the games and recording the footage. I'm just too distracted working on other things to run my macros and actually schedule the videos that come out, which probably wasn't a terrible thought, because I think now is the best time ever for my channel to start putting out footage. But yeah, there is this game, I think it was called Puzzletronics Analog Electronics, which really should be called Vintage Electronics or Through-Hole Components, because it's not really showing you analog circuits. Yeah, there really is just no point of calling it analog electronics, because it just isn't it. You get batteries, the batteries put out some voltage, they never tell you what voltage the batteries are putting out, and then they go through resistors and the voltage drops and the current drops, but that's it. There is no potentiometers, there's no knobs or dials or motors or AC voltage that would make the circuitry analog at all. It's either a very binary digital style of thinking, in that 1 is on and 0 is off. There is either power going through the circuit or there isn't. And that's not even what the game really is. The game really is a puzzle game that I can only really recommend to somebody who's like 8 or younger, because the actual circuit designs are nonsense. There's just no way you would ever make a circuit that way. The very last actual puzzle in the game didn't seem to me like the solution would work at all, because at the very end, for the last 10 puzzles or so, they throw in transistors. They don't tell you if they are one type of transistor or the other. There is a PNP, positive, neutral, positive, and then there's an NPN, neutral, positive, neutral type of transistor, which are different, and they don't tell you which one, but it doesn't matter, because the way you configure that final puzzle solution, or at least the way I've configured it, at least 2 out of the 4 transistors would have not worked if they were all the same kind. We'll scroll down the gotcha list here. There's another event around Pokemon TCG Pocket. And yeah, I'm still playing Memento Mori and Magica, Magi, etc. But yeah, it's not a particularly great educational software as far as actually teaching electronics. It might be okay for somebody who's young and just swiping things on an iPad, who wants to match lines and combine things. But even then, it's going to be pretty bad, because there are specific puzzle rules in the circuits that don't really relate to reality. For instance, it tells you that you should put the fuse component always close to the positive, as close as possible to the positive terminal of a battery. In these circuits, you almost certainly would never need a fuse. It is not a circuit simulator, it is just a game, so you never blow diodes, where many of the circuits likely would have blown a diode for having the voltage too high. Even in the solutions, they give you a capacitor at one point, but then capacitor is never really used in the way you would use a capacitor. They give you diodes really late, after they have already given you light emitting diodes, which diodes and light emitting diodes are the same thing, with the difference being light emitting diodes emit light and regular diodes don't. But they never give you simple things like switches or buttons or motors or alternators or rectifiers or transformers. All of those components would play a huge role in actually having an electrical circuit being made, and they just don't have any of that at all. So it very much is a puzzle game. It's a single screen Unity puzzle game that's fine. It took me about 4 hours to go through all of them, with me talking about electronics at least for half of the entirety of the episodes. So it would have been less than 2 hours of an experience had I just been playing the game. And I said so much in that case, talking about electronics and just reminiscing of my electronic classes when I was in school, that I hope I didn't shoot my mouth off too much and say the wrong thing, although almost certainly I said a thing or two that was wrong, and I hope I was educational. It is something that you might see in a library on a computer, in a school library, as far as a game. Something that looks like it might be educational, but really isn't that educational. It might be an interesting, like, college level game to play, to say, hey, play this game, beat it, and tell me all the problems that are wrong with this that are not accurate. Yeah, the game never gives you any voltages. It never gives you any lumens or lux on the diodes. Almost every solution is designed in such a weird way that one diode would be brighter than the other. It never pops up any voltages. You don't have a multimeter. Yeah, the redstone analogy of digital circuitry in Minecraft is way more educational than this was. And so it kind of definitely was a bait and switch game, although I didn't hate it anywhere as bad as I've been hating some of the other games, like Runaway, a road adventure. So it was tolerable and it was short, and with that I was able to have a fairly decent time while talking. It was just like a McDonald's meal equivalent, where you can go to McDonald's with a group of friends, sit around, eat fries that aren't that good, eat burgers that aren't that good, and just sit in the booth and talk and have fun with friends. Talking and having fun with the friends is the important part there. And I'm not sure how many people actually have that experience in modern times, or even had that experience in old times. AMD came out with a low-end graphics card, and the reviews are coming out for the 16GB VRAM version of that, and it's alright, but it really is just like a 1080p device. Unless you really didn't have any more money to spend and you wanted to experiment with AMD instead of NVIDIA cards, you probably would be better off getting something that was NVIDIA, like a 4060 instead of a I think it was called the 5060 RTX. But yeah, I am anxiously awaiting if AMD will do the right thing ever and come out with a fairly high-end graphics card that actually can compete with the top-end NVIDIA graphics cards well enough that the hardcore gamer audience, are actually interested in owning AMD graphics cards and trying things out, which inherently that is going to be interesting when I build my new computer and have an AMD graphics card in it, which may very well just be somewhat limited. You'll be shocked how many pinball games are on Steam that just have no reviews. And I put a lot on my follow list just in the hopes that maybe I'd get more into pinball, but yeah. Look at this bundle, for instance. There is a massive bundle here for like $58. We have to buy each individual table, and that certainly changes the opinion quite a bit on a game like this, in that you may start off free but then immediately have to pay full price of a AAA game for something that definitely doesn't look like a AAA game. My changing chart is still a mess, and honestly looks like it's getting worse, not better. Esports Football Club 2025, totally in the wrong place. Yeah, I still need to work on that. So yeah, the game I was playing was called Puzzletronics. I got all of the achievements, I guess, just by beating the levels, which only 39% of the players got to it. The very last puzzle, by the way, was so glitched. I wouldn't be surprised if people really struggle with that. And see, Puzzletronics has a digital logic game that they came out with later, and I haven't bought that, and I'll probably take my time before I get around to buying that too. I just don't really see a major argument to immediately play another game that has only got a small hope of being educational, and otherwise I suspect will be a little bit bait and switchy. Get a really simplistic blue ribbon here for 100%ing the game. It's a fairly simple game though. You really for at least the first 40 or 50 puzzles can just move things around and not understand any of the ideas, and it doesn't explain itself at all. It doesn't even have credits. There's not a single even copyright on the game. But yeah, there definitely should have been points where it should have popped up some text and explained why some of those puzzle solutions would have made slightly interesting circuits, or why you would make a circuit this way. But no, most of the puzzle solutions would never be made that way and are crazy, to say the least. You can also see, assuming this number is accurate, my fault list has gone from 8,000 games down to just slightly over 2,000 games. And I usually am going in chunks of 500. So it might take me a little bit longer than Friday, but there's a decent chance by Friday the fault list will be down to 0. There is another calculation that I can't calculate in that too, in that it's very possible that 1,000 or more of the games have been completely removed from Steam, so I can't remove them the way I am going through the fault list at the moment. So there's going to be the second pass where I go through it and just make sure every game I actually can get to a game page from has been dealt with, and then I'm just going to go through whatever is left and through a different page click the stop following button. And then I'll double check to make sure it says followed equals 0, and then it's immediately going to turn around and be a wish list cleanup to put games that are on the wish list back in the follow list if I'm not absolutely certain I really want to own those games or play them. Supermarket Simulator got a major update. That this is a new major update, whereas the footage for Supermarket Simulator that was being made by Game Grumps has been interrupted by a different major update before that, which ends Game Grumps' run, at least temporarily, because they lost half of their progress, which is a great example of them losing half of their progress because there was a whole bunch of mods and cheats that they had installed to make things go faster, which, yeah, for dirty cheaters, they, I guess, got what they deserve, if you want to think of it that way. But inherently, the main thing that had been modded into the Supermarket Simulator for the Game Grumps was the fact that they could set the prices of any product incredibly high, any number would do, and nobody would complain and people would still buy the products, which is not actually how Supermarket Simulator works. There is plenty of other artistic visual mods putting the stock workers in Naruto suits and silly things like that, reskinning most of the products. But the cheating on the money to just have as much money as possible was certainly what they were doing so that they could make more entertaining episodes, but certainly not informative or educational episodes. You can see this game is still in early access and it is extremely popular, and there is a slight argument to just saying, hey, for some of these early access games, they've been out for a long time and they almost certainly will lose their relevancy by the time they actually say they're not in early access. I guess if Minecraft was on Steam, it probably would be labeled as an early access game too. And yeah, I imagine a lot of people would prefer to just play games and review them when they're relevant instead of just crossing their arms and throwing a fit because the game is claiming to be in early access and not actually finished. Of course, I have plenty of old games to play and a non-infinite amount of money and time to play games. So I'm still very much in the mode of wanting to play older games, and not try and compete by playing the newest games ever. That could change at some point in the future if I became super popular, but maybe not. Let's see what's on Steam's front page. I did manage to close all of the tabs I had opened, so you probably noticed by now that things are actually loading. I'm not running into major hiccups and pauses during the whole process. Yeah. And I am not really expecting anything on the Steam storefront. Deltarune is definitely a big release, but I feel like what's going to happen at most is that there will be 2 or 3 games that get announced as out now during the Summer Game Fest, and they'll be on Steam, and that'll be about it. There might be a summer sale that pops up after the Summer Game Fest in a couple weeks, or maybe in a few days, even after excitement dies down. This Elden Ring Night Rain, I heard somebody describe it as more of a Fortnite clone, as far as like a battle royale thing, which is definitely not what I expected it to be, which certainly could explain a little bit as far as how things are going. Top sellers, Stellar Blade is perhaps back in the top sellers charts because of the new outfits. There was a couple of things. Let me see if I can maybe pull them up that I saw from one of my other news sources. Couple things about censorship of Japanese games on Steam, or self-censorship. Let's see. The Steam's Heart and Advanced Variable Neo Geo Saturn Tribute has been censored. That's a fairly old game that was censored. A visual novel was gutted. Let me see if I can see the name of that. Perennial Dusk Kinsenka, a Japanese visual novel from Frontwing, has parts of its story conveniently stripped out to meet worldwide ethical standards, is what they're claiming, so self-censorship. Stalker remasters remove Soviet monuments and Russian voices. I think that one is perhaps less censorship and just actual spite, but still censorship. And yeah, let's see. Was there another thing as far as censorship? Yeah. Censored gaming at this point seems to be completely gone. So there is there's less news sources I have as far as the censorship going. But then there was another story, very briefly. They found a way in Stellar Blade on PC in the photo mode to have the camera clip through the top of Eve's chart, but not to the texture of her, the texture of her skin. So they could see that there had been some areola nipple shading, which is about all they could show, all they could really get it to show, which is not really that uncommon. It's fairly it's fairly common that you have 3D textures where a character might have some shading there but not go into full detail, and that the actual nipple might be transparent and invisible. It's not uncommon, frankly, for the artist to draw a character completely anatomically correct, just expecting the clothes to always cover up that part, although that always does lead to problems, certainly if somebody finds a way to mod the clothes out. But yeah, when you're in modern games and modern art styles, thinking about, will this clothing ever perhaps have a bit of opacity to it, in the sense that it's somewhat see-through? Do you want the see-through part to be anatomically correct, or do you want it to look weird? You could see why you would think that way, plus just the artists want to draw them naked. And they probably are drawing these characters very early, so you never know. The game may at one point have been designed for full topless imagery for a brief second. And yeah, as I'm watching Ranma 1/2 with the very undetailed toplessness that is very frequent in that anime, old anime, it is definitely a shame as far as how much body shame has been introduced into so many different fields of art and expression. Still, Blade is rated M for mature. There's really no reason why there should be any controversy around areolas showing. Areolas exist. People nip slip and show areolas all the time. Men go topless all the time, showing their nipples and areolas. It's babies' first favorite thing are nipples and areolas. So why can't it be in other forms of entertainment? And why specifically can't it be in games that are rated for adults? What is this crazy puritanical attitude that is being pushed? I don't know where it comes from. Well, I'm pretty sure I know where it comes from. It's almost certainly extremely conservative religious people and extremely authoritarian political people of probably multiple religions and multiple political parties. The woman-led gaming, using that same art that they've used before, which, okay, I mean, I don't think this is the greatest character ever to create, but perhaps it does make sense not to try and recreate a new character every year, but it might make some sense to recreate new characters until you find one that feels really good. There there's still a big issue on women-led games going with an avatar that is very crazy anime-esque in their visuals and really just accentuating a fantasy character more than perhaps a game developer character. Yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of responding to a text. Wholesome Direct here. Some other arts. And honestly, some of the best art, I think, really is just to make something fairly simplistic. This, frankly, might have been AI generated. And just stick with that. Just big text, interesting design, interesting background, try to grab people's attention. Probably go with something colorful. This like green games only makes sense to have a green palette, but everything else here is definitely trying to go for bright, colorful colors. Weirdly, this image feels like it's evoking a Master System game case. It has way too much blackness behind it. I'd say Future Games Show also has a lot of negative space here, perhaps more than it really should. So I guess this page is just going to lead to other pages eventually, as far as the summer showcases of summer showcases. Alright, let's see if we have any refurbs here. I'm not sure I'm even really in the mood, since I've already bought one refurb Steam Deck. I'm not sure I'm really in the mood to need to buy any more. Like, I could certainly buy as many as 4 more refurb Steam Decks if money was no object, but yeah, I'm not sure people would appreciate it, or if it's the right gift for everybody. And I have to say, I am included in that I have a Steam Deck OLED, and I just got a cheap USB hub, which the USB hub does look like it's going to be almost perfectly in the right spot, but it doesn't have a micro SD reader on it, which kind of sucks. I thought it did, but for being cheap, I didn't expect it to have an NVMe M2 slot, but I did think it would have a micro SD slot on it. Of course, I could put a USB to micro SD adapter in it, and it would be no problem there. But it is small enough that I think I can squeeze it into the Steam Deck case. Of course, again, I'm not really playing the Steam Deck, but other people are, as we look at this chart. And I think the tabs have stopped opening at this point. And I hope all the tabs did open correctly, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't be for 100% certain. I've never really tested it to say when I draw a box and open a bunch of links, will that open all the links if I drew another box and did it again, and then drew another box and did it again, which it just changed tabs because I opened the same tab twice doing that. So it is very possible that telling snap links, which is what this is, to open a bunch of links 3 or 4 times, might have one action interact with the other action in a negative way and not open everything up. But I suspect it did. At least I'm hoping it did. But yeah. So yeah, other people still playing the Steam Deck. Still really haven't found a way to integrate it into my lifestyle as someone who's just at home either cleaning and decluttering the house, which I'm doing minimal amounts of that still at the moment. Still have a lot more to do, or doing laundry, taking out trash, doing dishes, doing a bunch of housework. It takes a lot of time and energy. Always appreciate the person in your life who's doing that extra housework, taking out the trash, doing the dishes, because undoubtedly, if it is getting done at all, somebody is doing it behind most people's backs without them really recognizing or that they are putting in that extra effort and getting it done. So yeah, always appreciate that person. If you can possibly can appreciate that person, try to. But yeah, that's a lot of work. And then, of course, when I am playing video games, I'm either lying in bed and playing something on my phone, which is taking too much time. So at that point, I wouldn't be using a Steam Deck, or I'm sitting in a chair playing on my computer making footage. Alright, well, we should be more in order, although we might get a little mixed up later. So let's go through the Video Games Chronicle news articles. There might be a case here where some of these news stories are ones we've already covered, but it really shouldn't be the case. If it is, it means there's something still wrong with my macros, and I don't know what it would be. It definitely felt like last time there was some catch up, and we hit articles we talked about on the previous stream. Sony announced the next PlayStation State of Play for July. Stream will be a deep dive for Ghost of Yeti. Do we have an actual date here? Or is Video Games Chronicle going to be cryptic about that? Ghost of Yeti comes out October 2nd, 2025. So here's the Marvel fighting game. Arc System Works is making a Marvel fighting game. It is called Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. It's coming in 2026. I don't know what Tokon means. Let's see if we could do something to change this. Translate selection to English. Translation beta from Japanese to English. Tokon. So, yeah. I think Tokon may very well just be a made-up word. But these symbols probably aren't made up. So, if I could read the symbols in the background, that might tell me something. But yeah, there's an accent over the O. So if it was like toe, oak, on, that doesn't feel right either for Japanese. Tukon. It almost seems like it's just a Japanese mistranslation of Tolkien, or token. Probably token more than Tolkien. Let's see if we can get a trailer here. I really don't want it to be that small. Let's go full screen here and risk it. So this trailer immediately is Japanese voices. All the characters have Japanese voices, which will make it a weird situation. And so here's your Kamen Rider type armor, as I would describe it, being shown. And so here's your Iron Man armor that I think is very much close to Kamen Rider. And yeah, they've changed Captain America. And then they have Miss Marvel jump in, and they're going to jump in a bunch of characters. And she's basically saying things like Falcon Punch, and they're announcing attacks as this all goes. And they're knocking each other. And I doubt the game is really going to work this way, where you can knock characters into different locations that often. And you have Star-Lord come up and show off the first of the like gun-carrying characters. And then I think that's Death Knight is the name of that. I had a little bit of time recognizing Star-Lord, even. Then you have Doom. And some of these attacks feel very classic. And then Doom doing this like finisher pull out a gun and shooting attack. And it's all very Japanese fighter character. Storm. showing up, being fairly powerful X-Men. And so they're calling it 4 versus 4 tag team battles, which only now am I realizing that there's actually 8 people in the fight. Then it's 1 player controlling 4 characters versus 1 player versus fight controlling another 4 characters. Whereas I thought it was more going to be a 2 versus 2 game, and they were just labeling it in a weird way. So yeah, you have to really point out here that this is Sony and Disney, who owns Marvel, punishing Capcom. This is literally a spit in the face of Capcom by hiring Arc System Works. And the trailer on the State of Play was different than that. Anyways, it went on after that point to show more. But, yeah. Capcom is going to be very upset about this, whether they say it out loud or not. And they probably should be upset about that. It really. On the other hand, for consumers and gamers, this is an interesting new offering, but still kind of a weird offering for Westerners, in that if you have a fandom for Marvel vs. Capcom as you experienced it translated to English in an arcade, you are now going to get a very Japanese experience. And there have been some other Japanese Marvel content. There have been Japanese Marvel anime type things that have been made, and there have been Marvel games that have had Japanese translations. So it just feels like a very different product, though, as it were. And they were joking about how Wolverine doesn't show up in this game, nor does he show up in the Wolverine game, even though there is a trailer that came out for the Wolverine game. No, I think actually the trailer for the Wolverine game is from a few years ago. I don't think it came out actually during the State of Play. I think IGN just showed it before the State of Play started, and that's really confusing, certainly, to do something like that. But yeah, there definitely was a point where there was a run of Wolverine comics where Wolverine had moved to Japan and become this more samurai Japanese-like character. And they did a similar thing with like Batman, I think, too, where, I mean, that's just a very different audience and a very different product. And I wouldn't be surprised if comic book fans who are kind of stereotypically anti-anime fans, they're kind of at odds, or some of them certainly have been in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if Marvel comic book fans, not that anybody really cares about comic book fans, would be peeved around this game, in that it is just pandering to an audience that they don't care about and don't like. Of course, on the other hand, anime fans might be peeved that anime fighting games from Arc System Works are now being taken off the table in favor of making the Marvel Westerner game, which I don't think is really going to be that big of a deal to anime fans, because I don't think they really were in love with a lot of the other fighting games at the moment anyways. I'm way more interested in playing this Marvel Token game than I would be playing Street Fighter 6. Just don't care about those characters and don't care about the way that game looks. It's not attractive to me. 007 First Light is the James Bond game, and I guess he does have dark hair, but it definitely felt like at one point his hair felt a little blonde. But I mean, he really does just look like a young punk. He's just not got that suit. He doesn't have that demeanor, and the thing about that trailer, and we're going to end up watching a lot of trailers today, apologies, which I probably don't need to be too concerned about showing trailers because I haven't been Content ID claimed in a long time. You get them talking about James Bond for a while here, and so you don't really start to get to it until about a minute, and they're like talking about the backstory of James Bond. So instead of leaving him kind of a mystery where his past has been erased, so I think the lady on the right is supposed to be Moneypenny, but you just don't know. And yeah. But yeah, I think you're gonna see a lot more running and gunning in this James Bond game than you would expect. This is from the makers of Hitman, so it may very well play a lot like a Hitman game, way more than it should. But yeah, it's probably a case that because Amazon now has control of the James Bond series, we are just going to start to see them, at least in video game forms, give backstories to him and flesh him out more as a character. Because in a video game, you have a lot more time to do than to fill than a 2-hour movie would. It's an interesting question as far as what do people really want in a James Bond experience. Like, what's being shown in this trailer doesn't feel wrong for a James Bond experience, other than this guy just doesn't look like James Bond to me. It doesn't feel like James Bond in the way he talks. But yeah, it doesn't look terrible. I would wonder about Amazon's Reacher series, whether they'll stop focusing as much on that series to instead focus on James Bond, or whether they'll try and have both run at the same time. Astrobot, apparently, I missed this announcement, is getting more levels, and the Astrobot DualSense is coming back. The DLC will bring the game up to 90 planets, which Astrobot at this point is perhaps the system seller equivalent, as it is the only console exclusive that people even have, I think, let alone what people are actually talking about. Neo 3 has been announced for 2026 with a demo available today. We are getting a series of Ghost of Yeti style games and Neo games, just feudal era Asian games, coming out more worldwide. Perhaps that again speaks to Sony Interactive Entertainment being a Japanese company once again. That also just speaks to samurais and ninjas and things like that being popular at the moment, at least in video game form. A Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection is coming later this year. The Digital Eclipse compilation contains arcade, console, and handheld versions of Mortal Kombat 1 through 4. It'll be interesting if that sells a lot better than Mortal Kombat 1 reboot. It's worth mentioning that the shareholders of Warner Brothers just voted down giving a salary package bonus to the CEO, I believe, of Warner Brothers. So even the shareholders are not happy with the CEO. Now when we look here at the footage, this rotoscoped footage where they filmed real people and then they drew and colored over the real people, is just a completely different art style than the 3D CGI that modern games have. And there is definitely an alternate universe where video games would have been a lot more rotoscoped, or a lot more live action footage. And since Mortal Kombat is desperately in need of something revolutionary, honestly at this point, revolutionary would be to do full motion video. We're just going to actually film people, and then we're going to animate blood and violence onto it, and this is going to be like a trauma film for the level of blood, but at a higher level of quality than what a trauma film would be, and that it would just be the most realistic, the most bloody game ever made once again. Just really push into the controversy. But I don't think Warner Brothers has the guts to do that. And so I am not expecting anything to really happen with the Mortal Kombat series at all. But yeah, when's the last time there's even been a headline of Mortal Kombat does something for the first time? Anything for the first time. And perhaps that's a great way to advertise any product, is to think, hey, we're coming out with a sequel to a series. What is the headline that we can promote to say, hey, we're doing this for the first time, we're doing that for the first time? Apparently Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered was announced. The Ivalence Chronicles is coming in September. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Here's the first trailer that played. New Pragmata trailer announced it's coming next year. The game is now coming in 2026. So this girl is some kind of robot who can stick her hand out and hack, and she is effectively like a little sister hanging on the back of what looks like a human in an armor suit, while they're being attacked by other robots. So the trailer starts with this commercial for a fake company, Delphi, and it almost felt like Delphi was setting up for being the company that eventually created Skynet. But yeah. But yeah, this guy is kind of in a spacesuit type thing. And so this may also be the reason why Capcom is not making the Marvel fighting game, is because they are running behind and putting all their efforts to just get this game out. Then you have these kind of humanoid type robots. So I guess this is the closest thing to a near automata type game. But you almost assume you know what the story here is that this little girl is like some variant AI program that is actually really dangerous, and as soon as she gets back to Earth because of the help of the human, she's gonna lead to all kinds of destruction, and yeah, you're gonna be the bad guy all along. Yeah, I don't see how it goes in too many other directions, really. Let's see. Lumens Arise has been announced. The next Lumens game will be released in the fall of 2025. I didn't watch this trailer either. I saw a funny meme where it was a picture of groceries and says groceries are going to be expensive this week, and then it has a picture inside the groceries of a Switch 2 and all the accessories. Which it's worth pointing out too that welcome game that you have to pay for the Switch 2 will not show you all of the content available to it, so you can't 100% the save file unless you buy the camera and one other accessory, the I think Pro controller. So effectively all the accessories available at launch are required to 100% a welcome demo that is also costing you money. This Lumens video is just playing music and showing a bunch of weird imagery. I assume it is a musical game where it's very much about feeling and hearing the beat. Yeah. From the looks of it, it is. It's kind of half Tetris, half music. This is the kind of game that has music in it, but you probably don't really have to play on the beat. So I might be able to play this, but I wouldn't be surprised if I also tried to play this and that you did have to play on the beat, and then my pathetically lack of talent when it comes to musicality would be highlighted to the extreme and I wouldn't get very far. Music definitely sounded nice there. Very full stage in that it was stereo and filling up my headphones quite a bit. Which I guess it's worth pointing out. Yes, I can hear the audio, but you can't. Just for copyright content ID reasons. Let's see, Super Mario Odyssey and Bowser Fury running on the Switch 2. They have some footage here. This again from Video Games Chronicle. I don't think I would care to really watch that trailer. There's literally a Slick Deals right now where if you sign up with one of the internet providers in the United States, you will get a free Switch 1 and 6 months of YouTube Premium if you sign up for their FiOS, fiber optic to your house. It's Verizon is the ISP. I don't know if I'd recommend doing business with them or not, but they seem like they are desperate. I'm not sure that the FiOS, depending on where you live in the United States, if you do live in the United States, I'm not sure if FiOS would be available or if it would be even particularly good. Fortnite Switch 2 improvements have been detailed, including mouse support and enhanced visuals. The game will now run at 60 frames per second instead of, I guess, less than 60 frames per second. There's some stats here. Then Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom running on the Switch 2. So I wonder if it isn't just a case that Video Games Chronicle has a Switch 2 in their hands and they're just making footage of all the games they can cover as quickly as possible, which in fairness is the right move to get views. You can get your first look at the Nintendo Switch 2 eShop being available in some regions. If they were making the footage and it wasn't Nintendo putting out the footage, though, then that would imply that Video Games Chronicle has a special version of the Switch 2 that is not locked down, whereas the ones available for regular people to own at the moment are locked down and will not unlock until a day one patch goes live. Which I imagine we're going to see a lot more products like that, where if you get it early, it's not going to matter because the servers for the patch to activate it are just not going to exist. And I don't think in the United States there's any laws really preventing something like that, so potentially you can buy a product and not have internet access and not be able to use the product, or you could buy a product many years later and the servers to activate it might be down. I mean, it's been decades where you've had activate via the internet software. on PC, so they've gotten away with that for decades. I can't see a reason why physical hardware would be treated much different. Moving on, a free Switch 2 upgrade for No Man's Sky is available. It adds multiplayer, improved resolution, and settlements. It is going to be an interesting list of just how many games add actual features and not just visual improvements to their Switch 2 versions. Just highlighting how I don't know what the right word is there. How old, how slow the hardware in the Switch one was. Just not incapable of doing what games would be expected to do. Street Fighter 6's latest major update includes 4 playable NES games. The games can be found in the galleries section of Street Fighter 6, which that seems very weird. Bionic Commando, Street Fighter X, The Final Fight, The Mighty Final Fight, Mega Man 3. It makes no sense at all why that would be added to Street Fighter 6. If anything, it just kind of, I think, points out that even Capcom is abandoning Street Fighter 6 in that case. A number of first-party Switch games are getting patches to run properly on the Switch 2. Separate from the free upgrades, other titles are getting fixes to ensure backwards compatibility working correctly. And I would assume, I guess that includes a Pikmin game. Yep, here's a list. And I guess I'll leave it at that since we got a lot of news. A Phasmophobia film is in the works at Blumhouse, the horror studio behind Megan, Insidious, and Paranormal Activity, is producing the film. You can watch over an hour of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on the Nintendo Switch 2. Check out extensive footage of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet running. Over an hour is a lot of footage, frankly. I don't really see a real reason why you would need that much footage. Ever. If anything, maybe that's compensating for the fact that they don't really have any new announcement for any new Pokemon game. But yeah, I definitely think this might just be a case that XY is delayed, perhaps because even the game before XY was delayed, and if XY was available on launch day with the Switch 2, they would have announced a new Pokemon game maybe 6 weeks after launch, and they still may, but I think you might get some more sales if you said, hey, XY is available now and the proper mainline game sequel is on its way. Moving on, Southeast Asian Game Showcase promises more than 40 games, including Coffee Talk Tokyo. The showcase is making its global debut at Summer Games Fest this year. So what do they mean by Southeast Asia in this case? That's the real thought. Do you include Japan as Southeast Asia? I mean, generally I would describe Asia at the top as being Mongolia, but I think Russians might claim to be Asians themselves, which would move everything up a little bit higher. And then the southern parts of Asia would be all the islands just above where Australia is shown on the map. Not that the maps are usually accurate on the scale there. I don't know if I would call something like New Zealand, for instance, Asian. But I don't know what I would call them really. Maybe Polynesian, but maybe that's the wrong term too. So, if we're talking Southeast, are we talking South Korea? Are we talking Vietnam? we're probably not talking India. Are we including China as Southeast? Because frankly, you could say parts of China, mainland China, is in almost every region of Asia. So yeah, why are you having such a distinctive separator there? Okay, I guess we get our name here. As they're describing it, it's games from Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and more. So perhaps it is really more south than even Korea, and not including Japan, which I can see why you might want to say, hey, these are Asian countries, most of which probably hate Japan for probably good reason, doing their own thing. And these are countries that definitely have not had a long history of making video games, so their games being put to the same comparison as the likes of Capcom or Sony is a little unfair. So yeah, these are going to be smaller, more indie-like games. Moving on, Surgent Studio announces a horror game called Dead Take with Pocket Pair Publishing. Game is planned for later this year on PC. Again, while I did have the trailers running in the background, I also left the room a lot and was just not paying too much while the stream that was happening and the announcements were happening. And that trailer's really just spooky and not really showing me much. Witcher 4 tech demo was shown, mostly I think to show off the Unreal Engine as much as to show off The Witcher 4. The demo shows how the game could look on a standard PS5. Maybe it was in part also trying to show off the capability of the PS5. So this is not actual gameplay footage. What you see here is all kind of pretty, but then you have a very classic, she's crawling through a gap, so there's a load there, and then you're in this cave, which is not really showing that much texture wise, and then you're getting out of the cave and you see a lot of things in the distance. None of it looks particularly special to me. It just looks like this is triple, quadruple level of realistic animation, which you can definitely do that when her horse, I think, is called Kelfie. But there are no other characters around, so all of the computing process and GPU process is just depicting what you're seeing, and the mountains in the background and the fog and all of that can be just visuals, and it can be lower resolution the further it gets away. The horse here walking on the ground, and the horse's muscles moving more naturally due to a kind of internal muscle model instead of just a skeletal model that you'd have in most 3D animation. It's probably overkill. You're probably never going to see or appreciate that. Most of these trees are just going to be Unreal's equivalent of Speed Tree. Yep. They're talking about the nanite geometry process. Yeah. What's weird that they introduced nanite foliage to make the trees look a lot better and render faster. You can see a bear on the left there. What the game tech demo here shows, though, as they're talking about the pine needles on this tree and hyping up the programmers, which, yeah, the idea of being excited around pine needles is ridiculous. They're saying that as you get farther away from the pine needles, the voxels turn into just cubes and they look just like pixels, which means less math and less processing. But what I'm really feeling is just the camera distance from Ciri feels a lot further away than the camera distance from Geralt in Witcher 3, and it just feels like the game itself is gonna look and play fairly differently. That it's just gonna be slightly at different scales, although it doesn't probably matter too much. Even when I think back of Witcher 3, it is kind of hard to just think about the ideas of what the actual gameplay is there that's great. It's really the story that was the best part of Witcher 3, but the actual I'm gonna swing a sword and kill something components were fairly infrequent and not particularly great. So here we can see just some random NPC characters. Nothing here is particularly impressive other than it does feel like this region is the region seems to be a lot bigger here, but not really a ton of people in the whole place. They're talking about the world being responsive. She knocked over a box of barrels. What's funny is this whole thing feels a lot more like an Assassin's Creed game. The softly pushing somebody out of the way as you walk through a crowd. But yeah, it really doesn't matter too much to me how much if a NPC character has been programmed to do something interesting when you walk by, when you notice that she's not really interacting with any of those characters. And it definitely seems like you're going to just seamlessly transition into the conversation cutscenes. So Ciri is just talking here. Her voice actor sounds weird to me, but yeah, you can see even in this demo, they're not particularly interested in Ciri or telling the story at the moment. Instead, they just want to show off some NPCs talking to each other. And honestly, I just don't care about what you would call the AI of NPCs. If these characters are actually procedurally like arguing over the price of fish, you're just not going to see that as you're playing a game. So it may very subtly, on a very rare occasion, make the world feel more realistic and alive, but the amount of programming, the amount of policy there is going to really suck. It's just how powerful your computer is going to have to be to run those kinds of AI scripted scenes for NPCs. And my real fear is that they're using things like large language modules to have characters decide what they're going to say or do in the first place. And so you're just going to have a lot of NPCs doing weird or silly things instead of having an artist do something bespoke and artistic with their NPC characters. They're talking about they have 300 skeletal characters in this scene. Even at that, though, it doesn't really feel like 300 people are in this scene. But this is about the level of people you really would want to see in a bustling city. And certainly we've seen that number of people in we've seen those in Assassin's Creed games in the past, and yeah, the groups and crowds in the Assassin's Creed games in the past very often did not matter at all. They're talking about it, they're making it to be the most open world and immersive experience ever, and I really question if that isn't absolutely the wrong direction to take The Witcher, and that something more medium-sized worlds and not 100% open might make more sense for The Witcher to focus on the story, and perhaps something that is slightly less immersive, since you are a Witcher and you're not really going to interact with a lot of people as a Witcher as much as you, because you're shunned. Alright, I'm going to see if we can rush through the last 4 of these and then take a bathroom break, which, yeah, there's no real point in doing that. Let me just pause the recording and take a bathroom break now. We have 4 more things from Video Games Chronicles, and so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Again, apologies for having to take breaks, but nothing's going to stop it. I suppose inherently it doesn't matter to go through the announcement of the state of play since we've been talking about the state of play this whole time, so this news article from Video Games Chronicle is kind of pointless. Switch 2 videos show how game share works when playing with a Switch 1 owner, which noticeably they're not calling it a Switch 1, they're just saying Switch, which that's going to get really confusing really fast. Switch 2 players can transmit certain multiplayer games to other Switch and Switch 2 players. Yeah. The fact that this game share technology exists definitely implies that whenever the technology was implemented, it could have been used a lot better, and maybe it will be in the future, in the sense that there could have been all kinds of storefronts that would have given out demos where you would have brought your Switch to like a GameStop and been able to wirelessly download a demo and get people more into a store. Although I don't know if I really trust kids taking a Nintendo Switch into a GameStop without somebody else smashing it or stealing it. So you'd have to be careful there. And certainly it could be not just game stores or Walmarts or places like that. It could have been partnerships with museums and zoos where there could have been these locations. It would have been really cool and very un-Nintendo like if there was some kind of open source thing where you could just run your own server, and in that location you could make your own application. Of course, then people would immediately figure out some way to share things Nintendo doesn't want to have played on Nintendo. Pretty quickly, porn apps and ROMs and emulators and stolen, pirated games. But yeah, there definitely could have been a whole Pokemon Go like aspect to the game sharing concept, and they've done things very similar to that in the past. But at the moment I think they're going to keep it fairly minimal and simplistic as far as what you can game share. Let's see. Nintendo is reportedly sending out of stock signs to the Switch 2 retailers. The company is seemingly expecting launch stock to sell out in the US. That's kind of interesting because you would expect that the storefronts would flip the bill for that and would have to print their own, and that you would have like a Walmart branded out of stock sign specific to the Switch 2. But yeah, Nintendo and other companies do send out advertisements and signage all the time with their products, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in previous times Nintendo hasn't sent out of stock signs. And I guess there's a bigger question for the launch of any hardware. Why not just include that, or at least include a couple of copies for somebody to then make some photocopies if they needed a couple more, or include some flattened boxes. In a lot of ways, I guess that might work very nicely, is if you had in every pallet of, let's say there's 36 Switch 2s in a pallet that is shipped to a store, which probably getting even less than that per store, but in every package there, if you had just like 1 or 2 flat packed packages of a Switch 2 with no Switch in it, then you could just smack a sticker over it and say out of stock for display purposes only, and still fill up the shelves and not show them empty if you want to not show your shelves empty. Most of the time they probably do want them to show empty. On top of that, though, you also have these extra boxes that if one box got damaged, you could have someone right in that storefront replace the cardboard on it and still try and sell it as new, which maybe is a little dangerous, but not super dangerous. If it was just a little bit of water damaged the packaging. But yeah, this actually looks like this might be a very large sign, relatively speaking, or at least fairly large. Alright, well, I think everybody is pretty much expecting that the Switch 2 will be out of stock at some point. Maybe most of the people who want it will get one. Probably not, but it's possible. But then I think you're not going to see a lot of extras just sitting on the shelves. Although, who knows with the current state of the economy. The Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Switch 2 patch is out now as Nintendo reveals the first footage of upgrade. The update is ready for players getting their Nintendo Switch consoles this week. And that is the last of the Video Games Chronicle articles I think I have. Now we're going to go through the Gematsu articles, I think for the most part, in a decent order and not mixed up too much. But maybe not. Let's see. Now it is going to be fairly mixed up. At a certain point I should just turn that off and that'll save me some time as we do some more follow list cleanup, which I really should have just not opened that at all. I'm going to leave this tab open just in case. Yeah, you can see, particularly for Gematsu, there's at least 2 pages, really 3 pages of news, possibly even 4 pages of news. Like, I think the last thing we saw from Gematsu was this article here, which it says a day ago, but I don't think that's really right. Let's see. And yeah, I only have 4 things open before I move over to another thing, so we'll just try and hope everything is opened. So from Gematsu, Monaco 2 major update launches June 8th, adding a player versus player, 4 new levels and 8 new player skins. Ghost of Yeti gameplay deep dive state of play is set for July. All they showed was really a teaser trailer. I do want to point out, though, it's interesting that they zoomed in and showed the snarling jaws of this wolf. I don't know if that plays deeper into the symbolism in the story of Ghost of Tsushima, since that's the game prequel to this. But when this wolf snarls, I definitely felt like it was a somewhat unnatural snarl in which his lips were curling up more than they really would, exposing too much gum. Which, yeah, who's gonna film hundreds of hours of a wolf and even be able to film hundreds of hours of wolves to figure out how their snarl looks perfectly? And even if you figure out how to animate it 100% accurately, it may still not feel right to just people's own imagination. But yeah, it's kind of a silly thing to show off because this is not what the game is going to be about. You're not going to get super zoomed in on yellow teeth of a wolf, which I don't know why his teeth would really be yellow. Maybe it's supposed to be bloody, but that doesn't really look bloody, or little hairs on his chin and fur. Yeah, that's not the entirety of this trailer, but this is just like a minute long thing where you see this girl mostly from the back, and then the wolf comes into the scene, and it's just like way more. it may very well be that the wolf is the ghost. But see right there, where his lip curled up a little too much. So yeah, I don't know how you get more teaser than that. Sony Interactive Entertainment and Arc System Works announced Marvel Token Fighting Souls for PS5 and PC. You can see that this art style in 2D is a little bit different, and the outfits are a little bit different. And I am fairly happy just to see Storm have noticeably dark skin, because of course there would have been a danger there that that they would have over lightened her skin too much as Asians, or over darkened her skin too much, which would make her feel a little out of character. She could be ebony black and that would still work, but she's just never been animated that way before. It definitely also feels like they are going for her to be physically attractive by stereotypes, but they're not going crazy like Marvel Rivals in that there aren't just like crazy broad shoulders for every single character. It feels like Captain America here has maybe more padding than he normally would, but every other character feels pretty much on character design, close enough. I would assume this is going to be a collection of characters from the Marvel universe in a alternate universe from, I don't know, the 616 universe or whatever the Marvel universe is that is the main timeline, main universe. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Iron Man here, had to think of the name, actually gets a normal outfit and that they are just showing off an alternate costume at the moment. But yeah, his outfit is by far the weirdest of them all. And again, I would say this looks way more like Kamen Rider, if you're going with any comparison. I imagine they'll announce more characters. I imagine they'll show a lot more. And I imagine they will get a lot of people hyped on this game before it comes out. And then it will come down to the actual fighting game experts to tell us whether they actually care about the game or want to play it. As far as how long it would last and how long people actually play it. I definitely, on the ING live stream that I was watching, saw a lot of commenters just having a lot of negativity overall, which is probably going to happen as far as people putting comments randomly in a major big live stream of announcements of video games. That there was probably very little that would have gotten people's attention. And we're going to jump around a lot, but we'll see if we have some Gaming on Linux articles too. I still am fairly willing to believe that all of the new articles on Gaming on Linux are always kept to the first page, or at least it's almost always the case. Everything on the second page does look like it is older info. So Komatsu says Neon Inferno launches October 2nd. It does have a Steam link. Let's see it. Yes, it has already been checkmarked. So we'll leave it at that. Anima Gate of Memories 1 and 2 Remastered has been announced for modern consoles and PC. This is an update. Modern consoles, PS5, Xbox Series, and the Switch 2. course, PC. Is this a fighting game? It almost looks like one, but no, it's an RPG game. Let's see. Still trying to go through all of the faultless cleanup. This would have been a much better experience had I simply not tried to open up the faultless cleanup stuff. This would have happened so much faster. That was really dumb of me. Today's just like the worst day possible, to one of the worst days of the year to do something extra, just because of the state of play announcements. I need to be particularly careful and say if an announcement is likely going to happen, to not do anything special on the streams, because the streams are going to take super long anyways. You run into this on the follow list a lot, where you have games that look a lot like FTL, and it just becomes kind of weird. Do you want to play something that is so close to something I've already played or not? Particularly since I didn't fall so in love with FTL when I played it that I wanted to play other games. In fact, I would say the only game that I might want to play a clone of, let's just call it in clones, would be The Binding of Isaac. Just because of the fact that a clone of The Binding of Isaac might be very intriguing with a different art style, a different team behind it. But it would probably be way worse than The Binding of Isaac 2. And yeah, right now a lot of things like horror games are getting put on the wish list, and I don't know if I really am gonna ever want to play the wish list. Now the good news is we should run out of these pretty quickly. But obviously not that quickly. And yeah, since I'm trying to rush at the moment, it's not actually helping me any to clean up the fault list, because I'm not actually talking about the games or really highlighting the games. The Chilled Factory Builder Shapes 2 gets a massive upgrade, according to Gaming on Linux. I think we may have already talked about that. I don't know if I really want to play any game that tries to advertise itself as being chilled at this point. You get a lot of this too, where games are maybe getting updates, but it's just too late. Nothing's likely going to save the game. I've never seen an article that I can recall where somebody came back to a game and said, hey, this game is good now. Nor have I seen any mainstream video game journalists come back to a game at all and say a game was bad. The only time they go back to games are usually if it's something like Helldivers that has seasonality or some DLC in it, which then brings them back, and usually it is a game that the player already, mainstream video game journalists talking about the game, are already in love with. Gaming on Linux says the Steam Deck / SteamOS will now stop bugging you to install updates multiple times a day. It fixed a rare case where there resulted multiple prompts to install the same update. Fixed a rare case that would result in re-triggering an out-of-the-box wizard. They've added in-game keyboard shortcuts to open the main menu and quick access menu. Default main menu is Shift-Tab. Default quick access menu is Control-Shift-Tab. and customizable in settings in subcategory in game. Improve Steam client update installation speed. So apparently that was a problem for some, although not too many, from what I otherwise people would be complaining about it more, I would assume. Waydroid still has not updated as far as I can tell either. Maybe it has and I just haven't looked at it, but with the newest version of SteamOS having a new version of the kernel, the Waydroid Android compatibility layer breaks every time it gets a new kernel or any major updates. And since it really is just like one person working on that project, they're kind of slow to update. But yeah, I wish more people would help with that project, but they kind of need to be experts. It would make a lot more sense if Waydroid was just completely engulfed by Valve and they just built it into the gaming mode of SteamOS. That Android compatibility would always be a thing. Yeah, and I'm not sure there's ever going to be a point where SteamOS is going to have any problems or feel very different if it's running on an ARM-based CPU versus an AMD 64-based CPU. Their Proton compatibility layer may just work well enough that you never feel a difference, which means things like Waydroid may very possibly work even on an AMD 64 thing. Although I bet it doesn't. I bet if Waydroid did become part of SteamOS, it would only work on ARM-based chipsets. I don't know. That's an interesting thought. If I ever have any free time, I might investigate that further. Well, I probably will investigate it as soon as I install SteamOS on my new computer build, whenever I get around to it, which I'll be talking about getting around to building my computer probably a year from now. And boy, do I hope all those components work, because the refund or return window is probably closed on all of them. Anyways, Gaming on Linux says Valve fixes lag and freezing in games with the Steam overlay disabled. Which, okay. That seems like if the Steam overlay was disabled, would not cause freezing or problems, but apparently it was. Let's see. No Man's Sky Beacon update is now available alongside the Switch 2 version. Which, okay, No Man's Sky is still trying to keep its audience happy and probably doing a decent job. Although, frankly, at this point, I think the developer of No Man's Sky probably would be better off announcing a new game and saying they've done enough for No Man's Sky 1. Maybe make a sequel instead. A dark fantasy dungeon crawler called Hellslave is free to keep for a limited time. That's a heck of a name, certainly. It's already in my library, so I think I already grabbed it. Yeah, I think we already looked at that. Gamatsu says Star Trucker is coming to the PS5 on June 10th. It's currently available for Xbox Series and PC. Let's see if we have it on the follow list. Yeah, that'd be a fairly weird one to play. Cyber Knight's Flashpoint is out now. Great for XCOM and strategy fans. See that on Steam. It's already on my wish list. Date 3. Stray Children adds a PC version and launches in 2025 in the West. So I guess I haven't made a YouTube short on this from the looks of it. Dune Awakening will get private servers at the release, but with limits. Okay. I'm not going to bother to go into detail there to try and figure out what the limits are. Again, just trying to burn through all these as quickly as possible. Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth 2 Sisters Generation for Switch launches this summer in Asia with English language support, which is a long-winded way of saying it's not being released in the West. Yep. MIO, Memories in Orbit gameplay trailer and PC demo is now available. That's from Gamatsu. And that's another new game, I think, but this is the demo, and so I need to be a little bit more careful when I get links to demos to convert them to links to the main game. I am definitely, as part of the faultless cleanup, also trying to eliminate a lot of prologues and demos, although I really don't have any demos on the fall list. Castle Cab looks like Crazy Taxi with an unhinged horse and silly customization. Okay. That is a funny twist on something like Crazy Taxi, which in itself is something that is kind of pigeonholed. There's not a lot you can do with Crazy Taxi other than add more levels and add more characters, more roads, more challenges. Gamatsu says IO Interactive officially announces 007 First Light updated. Feels like some of these updates may be minimal. A Scar-led Salvation for Xbox Series launches September 2nd. It's currently already available for the PS4 and 5 and PC. Let's see if we can see on Steam what its reception is. Mostly negative. That's pretty bad. There definitely is a point where either I'm going to find that all of these check marks are going to be incredibly difficult to filter through at some point in the distant future, maybe somewhere in January of 2026, or I'm going to end up just going through a ton of them on the first wave and severely fewer of them on a second wave. Because if I specifically was looking for just things that were check marked in May, that would be a lot. But things that are going to be check marked in June, that'll be a smaller number. And in July, by this time July, almost certainly that number will be way smaller. The game Baby Steps launches September 8th, one step at a time. Which had that game as a actual physically walking simulator. Quap clone is, I guess, the better way to describe it. It was announced a while ago, quite a while ago. And weirdly, I think some of these silly announcements and trailers get notoriety in part because they're being published by Devolver Digital and other publishers, but then they really aren't much better than a troll game or a joke game just being self-published on Steam. The Cyberpunk deck builder and dungeon crawler Into the Grid gets a fresh demo. That's from Gaming on Linux. Let's see, we are definitely jumping around in circles, doing 3 things in parallel at once, which I'm sure is not good content. This is kind of older stories, actually. We covered this already. The Australian classification rating of Rune Factor Guardians of Azuma for PS5 and Xbox Series and Disgaea 7 complete. There was another announcement. I saw a trailer for Bloodstained sequel, a Bloodstained sequel, although it wasn't called Bloodstained 2, and honestly didn't look as slightly stained glass is. I guess it's the best way to describe it. That first Bloodstained game on the trailers I saw, I never got around to actually playing it, had a lot of bright colors that looked like stained glass and had some bright reds and blues, where this Bloodstained game feels more brown and metal and more medieval, and so it felt a lot closer to what a Castlevania game I think would have been. And I definitely was wondering if this trailer wasn't just an announcement of Castlevania being made by, I guess Konami makes Castlevania, owns the IP, despite the fact that the person in charge of Castlevania games, I think, has always been the person who makes the Bloodstained game. But I can't help but wonder if this new Bloodstained game is going to be a side story with different characters or even a prequel. Gamatsu says Mirthwood co-op update has been announced. Let's see if we can find the Steam link there. You know what? I might be able to just shove some JavaScript into these pages where they would automatically open the Steam link too. Hey, JavaScript might be my savior for speeding up my macros like crazy, because if I could get it where every page just ran JavaScript as soon as it loaded to see if it had a link to a Steam page, and then it popped to open those automatically, which maybe Firefox wouldn't allow that as far as pop-unders, pop-ups. But I probably could allow something like that to happen. That would speed things up a lot, because then all I would need my macros to do is just open links and then ignore them and not have to examine the pages that were opened after the fact to see if there were more links. At a certain point, I might be able to shove JavaScript into the pages like this. Then it would just open all the links on that page. There'd be some redundancy there, though, because it wouldn't be testing for ones we'd already seen. But, that would be perhaps a little too extreme to do. But it is intriguing as far as what the possibilities might be. Where were we? Let's see. Mirthwood. That's where we were. Yeah, this is already on the wish list. Hirogama adds a PS5 version and launches September 3rd. So I'm just going to drag that tab and think about that some more later. Yeah. This is an example of one of these games that was first seen by me on May 31st and then very quickly has a release date, and the release date isn't too far away. I definitely have seen games that show up and in like an early access for just a few days or for a week or so. I don't know if that launch strategy actually helps people. Well, Trizeal Remix is coming to the Switch on June 5th. It too is already on Steam, which, yes, increasingly we are seeing that as a thing too, is that there's just going to be a lot of games that have been on Steam for years even coming to Switch 2, which potentially this was on my follow list and had a checkbox, and I may have just taken it off and removed the checkbox. There's almost an argument to never remove the checkboxes, but I'm not going to actually live by that thought, because then it would take up way too much space on my hard drive in the long run. It doesn't scale. The pulp adventure thriller The Drifter looks amazing and is releasing on July 17th. That is gaming on Linux. Talking about that game. Yeah, another point and click game that I still am totally suckered. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna not just be a sucker for point and click game. Yeah, we already talked about this, and maybe we talked about this. Turn-based strategy RPG Never's End announced for the PS5 and PC. Apparently we didn't talk about this. One of the things I'm doing is I'm still tweaking settings in everything always, is trying to tweak my air conditioner to run as little as possible while still being fairly comfortable. Not sure how much success I'm going to have, particularly going into the summer. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots launches September 5th. Pre-orders include a Pac-Man early unlock, which seems like a interesting pre-order thing. I'm trying to see if there's a Steam link here, and I think it is on PC. Just can't find the link. As I'm cleaning up the follow list too, a game like this, if it's well received, would be great, because this would be like the only golf game I would think I would ever buy in my lifetime, and probably the only golf game, or at least everybody's golf game, that I would want to play if it's good. Humble choice for June 2025 has Bolt Gun, Legacy of Kain 1 and 2 remastered, and more. Not 100% sure how the humble choice works, though. I want to actually check it out. Not really, but you have to subscribe for $12 a month, skip a month, or cancel anytime. So it really is like a subscription thing where probably only get to pick a few of these games, not all of them. Although in fairness, you may already own one of these games too. But you're not really, at this point, I think, donating money to any real charity in this case. So the humble part of that, well, 5% goes to their featured charity of the month. This week it would be Comic Relief USA's Red Nose Day, which is probably not one that last month was actually Comic Relief USA's Red Nose Day. That's probably not one you really would want to donate to. This month, because it's Gay Pride Month, probably is the Trevor Project, working to end suicide among LGBTQ young people, Q plus young people. Which, yeah, that certainly is also an impossible task. You can try to have suicide prevention lines. I don't know how successful they ever are for anybody, but they are not going to stop someone who's really determined, nor are they an acceptable replacement for just something like mental health care for all, which is really what everybody should be afforded, in my opinion. Let's see. Komatsu says Maximum Football launches June 17th. It's currently early access for Xbox Series and PC. And we can see it is mixed reviewed on Steam. Yeah. We still are all over the place. System Shock meets Dino Crisis. I'm totally sold on Anthanasia. I guess is how you pronounce that. That's from Gaming on Linux. Looks like a fairly generic game. Although at a certain point, I probably should praise games that are like low polygon and look like they actually are being 3D modeled by a programmer who just doesn't have the skill set of making 3D models, over people who are just asset flipping much better looking images, but then they're just programming terrible games. Unfortunately, there is no scenario I've ever seen where somebody has made a really great playing game with a great story, and then the graphics were just awful, and then it gets remastered or updated at some point in the future where the graphics come up to the level of the gameplay. Contrasting that, there have been plenty of games, I think the Hades series might be a good example of that, where the graphics look really nice, but then the gameplay is pretty awful. So, yeah. Let's see, Komatsu says Ninja Gaiden Ragebound launches July 31st. Which, yeah, we will see if we have a Steam link here. New Ninja Gaiden game is kind of surprising, particularly since it's an old school platformer game from the looks of it. Komatsu says Billy Bust Up limited time demo is now available. What is Billy Bust Up? It looks like a 3D platformer. There definitely are some styles of games like 3D platformers like this that I really want to give a lot of extra attention to and try and play, but they often just don't get reviewed at all. Not even that they're reviewed poorly, they just don't get played and reviewed at all. I guess I am stuck in the past wanting to play 3D platformers when that seems like that's not really a style of gameplay that people play these days too much. A momentum-fueled roguelite first-person shooter called Gunstoppable has been announced for PC. This is Komatsu's article. Yeah, this could be a great experience, or it could just be a whole bunch of neon lights. In fairness, it has been much better as far as just seeing screenshots that are just flooded with neon brightness. That used to be fairly commonplace as far as a thing you would see. We may be closer to the end than it actually seems to, but I'm not sure. Actually, we should be actually really far away still. If I was to guess, this is going to be a 4-hour stream. But at least we started at a more reasonable time, and I'm not going to go 3 or 4 in the morning. At least streaming. Save State, this is Gaming on Linux, saying Save State is an open source versatile game save backup manager, now with Linux support. They already had Ludo Save, but they now also have Save State, which, yeah, for the most part, I don't think you need save states for modern games, but you can see the example here is you have the Switch emulator, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, having 2 backup saves, and then you have another emulator here, another emulator here, another emulator here, another emulator here. I think pretty much all of these are emulators, with perhaps the exception being Distant Horizon Survival. And certainly save states while playing an old PSP game like God of War's Chains of Olympus might make a lot more sense, as those games can be difficult and not have decent enough checkpoints in them. Now, as a content creator, a save state app might help you quite a bit to replay sections multiple times to get footage, but most content creators won't even bother to do something like that. The question, I would imagine, though, would be that it's probably fairly hard for any save state program to find the entirety of save states for modern games, although it may not be that hard. Seems like Game Pass are based on Steam user data conventions, so it may be fairly standardized. They also are doing Minecraft Java Edition, which those saves certainly could be helpful. One would hope you could have some shortcuts where you could press a button on a Steam Deck to make save states happen. And this is a new program, certainly, so improvements are potentially to be expected. The I/O Interactive Showcase was set for June 6, so we'll see even more around James Bond and Hitman and Mind's Eye. It's not video game related, but there was a bit of a controversy where apparently a major, well-known and pretty well trusted contributor to Linux's kernel was using some kind of middleware to automate the process and smooth the build process and the encoding process. And the middleware, at least allegedly, changed the authentication data in it. It changed the time in which files had been changed, and it signed the files as being made and coded by Linus Torvalds, not the person who actually had made the changes to the files. And that, rightfully so, enraged Linus Torvalds, and he temporarily suspended this person in an angry public rant. Which, yeah, Linus Torvalds is basically the boss of Linux, the creator of Linux, and for somebody intentionally or unintentionally, and it seemed intentional at first, to try to impersonate him and inject changes as if he had added those changes, or even changed the date in which changes were made, really breaks trust quite a bit. And so he has to come down on anything like that very harshly, because we have to do our best, certainly on something like Linux, to maintain trust. Otherwise, things are going to get really bad really fast. I guess this would be the equivalent of signing an email with your boss's name. Something that definitely would get you fired in most situations. Moving on, Gematsu says Star Racer launches on July 28th. Let's see. I'm checking some of these when I really don't need to and really shouldn't be, as far as wasting time clicking the checkbox. No sleep for Kaname Date from the AI Somnium files details the new escape segment gameplays returning characters and systems. This is from Gamatsu. Screenshots. Kind of the absolute worst time to put out any new information for a B-tier game like this that is just not going to catch people's attention in the middle of all these other announcements from the Sony State of Play. Yeah, and I guess I'll leave it at that. Let's see, Gaming on Linux says Dandelion Void from Project Zomboid modders will offer up plant-based horrors. Interesting. It's not, I think, an actual mod. I think it's a standalone game. But yeah, I'm surprised there aren't more games like that where you have plants going crazy. I guess people just generally aren't afraid of plants anywhere as much as people are afraid of animals and humans in zombie form or otherwise. Let's see. Gamatsu says the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection announced for all consoles and PC. All consoles in this instance does not actually mean all consoles. It's not going to be an NES version of it, but old consoles like the Switch 1 and the PlayStation 4 probably should call that something else. Probably should just put Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3 numbers around it. Little Nemo and the Guardians of Slumberland launches in Q1 of 2026 for PC and then later in 2026 for Switch. I almost think there was a game like this for the NES many decades ago with a very similar name, if not the exact same name. I wonder if this is a remake. No, this doesn't look anything like an NES game though. Yep. Yeah. Even though it is trying to be like an NES game, it doesn't have that low resolution to it. Moving on, Lumen's Rise has been announced for the PS5, PSVR 2, and PC. Oh, that's another thing, is that they mentioned the PlayStation VR in that very first segment when they were speaking in Japanese. It was basically the second sentence out of their mouth. And then they basically didn't show anything for PlayStation VR. But yeah, I guess Sony is still needing for the PSVR to succeed, or wanting desperately for it to succeed, because they are still pushing and promoting it. Let's see. We establish a haven for lost dwarven civilizations and reigns of ruin, Ruin Gate. That's a lot of R's. What does this look like? I know I'm going through these games fairly quickly, so I'm not waiting for the screenshots to flip around and look at them. Elden Ring Night Rain shipments of digital cells have topped 3.5 million according to Gamatsu. Football Heroes League launches September 16th for the PS4 and 5, the Xbox One and Series, the Switch, and the PC. You can see that game is mostly negative, and that's a shame. I mean, this game doesn't look terrible. I wonder if it just has a massive amount of cheating or in-app purchases. Yeah. There is kind of a wild style, almost Fortnite feel to the characters, and I wonder if that is a turn-off for soccer fans. Yeah. I wonder if that is the problem. Maybe being co-ed on the field is a problem. Honestly, I think if soccer was mandatory co-ed, that you would have 8-man teams mandatory in soccer, three women, 5 men, or 4 if you want to even be more fair. You would create a very different experience, certainly. Perhaps a lot less fouling, a lot less faking of fouls, more strategy, and less just kicking the ball and running back and forth up the field. Of course, I don't watch soccer, so I'm certainly not their target demographic. Same is true for American football. If they forced half of the people on the field to be female in American football, it would probably improve that game quite a bit too. Gamatsu says Pragmata launches in 2026. Subtitle there, it's real. We shall see. Doesn't have a Steam link at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through everything that I'm adding to the wish list just to make sure it's actually a single player game and is actually not some kind of free to play game that I just don't care about. I still don't want a ton of extra games flooding my Steam library. I already have a couple thousand. It won't help me if there was another 1,000 of games that I would never play. It's just more sorting, more organizing, more wasting of time instead of actually playing the games. Gaming on Linux says Tempest Rising is truly an RTS worth your time for CNC fans. I would assume that is Command and Conquer fans. This is a interesting thought, certainly as a game. It's like, I'd like to play all the Command and Conquer games, and then I'd like to contrast it with something like Tempest Rising, which you can see is rated very positively, but that is a lot of time commitment, I think. So how do I find the time? Garfield Kart 2 All You Can Drift has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. The Garfield Kart 1 game I think is a little buggy, but it is perhaps the closest thing to a Mario Kart competitor on PC. And if anything, it would kind of make sense for the likes of Sony and Xbox to just put more funding into a game like this so they have some kind of Mario Kart competitor. Although Sony certainly could make an Astrobot Kart game, which would make more sense. And Microsoft would probably do something stupid, like make a Halo kart racing game, which even that wouldn't be too stupid if it was just a bunch of Master Chief lookalikes driving Warthog, I think was the vehicles, racing against each other. I feel like this wasn't in the state of play, because I feel like I would have noticed this, but apparently Sony Interactive Entertainment has announced a fight stick project, Defiant, which looks like a really big fight stick. There's a lot of nothing, a little bit more than you would expect over on this side, and it's very much empty otherwise. This might be a hint at the direction that Sony wants to go, and as the console for fighting games, having a first-party fight stick thing. Although you'd almost have to assume that the first-party fight stick has got to be cheaper than the third-party fight sticks, and so it's probably not going to be that great of quality. definitely doesn't feel like it's showing off anything special. You might think of this as a contrast to the accessibility controller, that they just figured, hey, the accessibility controller got them some attention, so let's make a fight stick now. Now they say it's the first fight stick made by PlayStation. I don't know if that's actually true. Well, there may very well have been a fight stick made by Sony, but not Sony Interactive Entertainment / PlayStation division. Like, if Nintendo came out with a fight stick, they definitely could not say this is the first fight stick made by Nintendo. There's too many arcade fight stick type things that they would have at least licensed or put in arcade cabinets. If they did make that claim, it may be technically true. It just feels weird. It feels weird here. Moving on, Gamatsu says Shueisha Games and Seiyu Games announced a sci-fi boss rush action game called Bakudo for PC. One of the state of play trailers was the Digimon game. They gave it a lot of more attention than I would have thought they would. Trying to explain the storyline, what's going on for Digimon Time Bandits, I believe is the name of the game. And then Grasshopper Manufacturer, Grasshopper Manufacturer announced a ultra-violent sci-fi action game called Romeo is a Dead Man for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. This trailer in particular is crazy, so I think we definitely should watch this trailer. A lot of different like animation styles happening here. Yeah, so this almost feels like a Rick and Morty setup, them sitting around the family. And then you have this character Romeo, and then there's a zombie. The acting here is ridiculously awful. And then he stabs this thing into a half zombie character, and it basically blows up the guy. You go into his blood and see a completely different animation style in which it's eating the zombie virus. So he says, "You're half dead, man." No, that's lame. You're dead, man. And so this outfit definitely is that kind of crazy Kamen Rider style outfit. And so I don't know what the animation there before that was. What the actual game here looks like is a lollipop chainsaw type game in many different locations, some of which feel a little bit like a mall, which at a certain point it might just be that this is a more action focused game, like what is the zombie game where they're all in a mall and they have a time limit. So yeah, it's crazy. And but yeah, it definitely is going to be a crazy story, and it's questionable what it's really going to be. Suda51 in particular never fails to deliver on the crazy. And the hope is that they can just also deliver on an actual game. And in fairness, I will say that crazy trailer, I think, has way more potential than what the fourth first like Death Stranding trailer had, and I would definitely bet that this game is going to be much more interesting in its gameplay style, at least, than Death Stranding seemed to be. Right. So what is this? This is probably like page 4. Oh, this is the first page of Gaming on Linux. For indie games, no. That's a different category. So we don't have to deal with that. That was just a errant click. Pocket Pair Publishing and Surgent Studios announced a first-person psychological horror called Dead Take on PC. This was the one we already looked at the trailer and basically shows you nothing. Let's see. I don't think they have a Steam page. No, they do. Neo was announced for the PS5 and PC, due out in early 2026. Alpha demo now available for the PS5. No Steam link from the looks of it. And I guess this was part of the state of play, but maybe it wasn't. I definitely missed it. Regardless, a roguelike clean 'em up game called Scrubbing Trouble has been announced for PC. I was listening to an old radio show where somebody was confessing that they made a huge mess in the bathroom because there's no toilet paper and they used like a hand towel instead. It was just like anything that doesn't blow up your plumbing or make a huge mess. It's probably better than nothing. There's a lot of wrong ways to handle an awkward situation like that, and there's really one perfect right way that most people are too embarrassed or too young to do, which is to just straight up say, hey, I need somebody to bring me toilet paper if there's anybody else in the house. And if there isn't anybody else in the house, then you really don't have a problem. At that point, you can just get it yourself. Alright, moving on. ING was in their stream also questioning what the F stands for. They still haven't said, and I still believe it's going to be Silent Hill Forte, because this F definitely looks like a Forte. But we do now have a launch date of September 25th, and I feel like there might have been a new trailer. Yeah. Interesting, you have the English version, age restricted, Japanese version, not so much. So, do I want to watch all of this trailer? ING thinks the F stands for forever, which is a fair guess. So yeah, there's a lot of Japanese talk happening here. And it seems like they're showing a sequence here with more characters, but I think this is probably an intro sequence. These outfits are fairly generic, and which would imply to me this is probably set somewhat in the past. It definitely is the case that what they want to do something different with Silent Hill. They want to get away from the dude fighting Pyramid Head with sexy nurses. But I still can't help but wonder if this really was just a different horror game that was in development first, and then they just put Silent Hill as the title, halfway through production. See, like these scarecrow thoughts very much look like the sexy nurses in their poses. And I don't know if there's anything Japanese about the way their bodies are contorted and posed. Other than it's just weird and horrific. Yep. It still feels weird to me that you would have a Japanese girl willing to pick up a weapon, and that they've taken that to an extreme there with her holding an actual bladed spear. So yeah, more visual details of what the game is going to look like, and even some small hints on how the game is actually going to play. It'll be interesting to see if there's an audience for this game. And frankly, it'll be interesting to see if Konami doesn't just back burner and put Silent Hill back in the vault if this game doesn't sell well. Whereas I think most people would like to see a Silent Hill 3 remake, and I'd like to see a Silent Hill 1 reboot also. I'd like to see another game at least set in the Silent Hill in the United States. But I don't know if Konami gives a darn as far as what the gamers want. It's really more what they want and what they can sell. And as soon as Konami can make any money outside of selling video games, they will do it and stop selling video games very quickly. They've done it before, and they will almost certainly do it again. Recave is a quirky first-person 3D roguelike dungeon crawler with some fun interactions, according to Gaming on Linux. Yeah, everything's still in a huge messy situation here. State of play set for June 4th, featuring over 40 minutes of news and updates. We have been talking about that. Tides of Tomorrow adds a PS5 and Xbox Series versions, launching February 24th. This is Gamatsu also. We should be close to hitting all of the Gamatsu news that we need to cover. But apparently not. Robots at Midnight launches June 19th on Gamatsu. So we probably have hit the point where we are no longer going through too many Gaming on Linux articles. Here's the Bloodstained game. It's called Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement, being announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Let's see. Do we have a Steam link? Yes, we do. Do we have a trailer? Yes, we do. Let's watch this. If anything, it's kind of a case where watching a trailer during a state of play before I start streaming is really just preparation to watch a few of the trailers when I actually do start streaming. So yeah, just more browns in the color palette, more medieval, feudal looking images. Just doesn't really feel 100% to me like what Bloodstained looked like. And it seems like it might be co-op gameplay. And it seems like there might be more boss fights than, or at least they want to highlight the boss fights for some reason. Yeah. But not a single one of those characters, and I guess those might be different costumes or characters. But yeah, none of those characters look like the character from the first Bloodstained. In fact, you only get a little bit of stained glass in that one scene, and maybe I guess to the right of this scene. And this animation is definitely going to be just like a cutscene. So it may be as good of a game as Bloodstained was, the original Bloodstained was, but it just doesn't feel like there's going to be as much consistency from one game to the other as there might be. Of course, was there a lot of consistency between other Castlevania games? You had Belmonts, you had Dracula, so there probably was a little bit more consistency. Did we open this on the Steam link already? Yes, we did. Of course, Bloodstained also originally had a kind of side game that was flat in 2D and like 16-bit, 8-bit sprites. One was called Ritual of the Night, one was called Ritual of the Moon, I think. And yeah, I didn't get around to playing either one of the games. Which is perhaps me in a nutshell, is that there's just been far too many games that have come out over the last 10 years or so that I've wanted to play and just not gotten around to it. Gaming on Linux does have this article. Vacuum Tube is the best way to watch YouTube on the Steam Deck and SteamOS. Watching YouTube on the Steam Deck, SteamOS, you need to grab Vacuum Tube, which makes the whole experience a lot nicer. It's not a custom client, instead it wraps Google's own YouTube leanback that's used for consoles and smart TVs and Electron, and pretends to be the official YouTube app as Google blocks it on PCs. Quite a clever solution, although one Google's probably not particularly happy to see, especially since it has a built-in ad blocker too. The result is that the Steam Deck, SteamOS, and other Media Center PCs, you just get an overall better experience when compared to running YouTube via the web browser, which, yeah, noticeably that is the only way on SteamOS to watch YouTube properly would be to open up. They probably would want Chrome, in particular Chromium or Chrome, in desktop mode. The big question is, can you launch it in gaming mode? Yes, you can, which that is great information certainly too. Let's see. So yeah, enthusiasm around the Steam Deck has reached the point where people actually want to watch YouTube on it, which, yeah, that highlights a extended use, which is an interesting contrast in that the Switch 2, at least on day one, is not going to have, I think, YouTube on it or Netflix. It may, but I know some of those streaming services are not going to be available on day one on the Switch 2. Which it's a slightly different scenario there, but not by much. Moving on, Gamatsu says Lost Records Bloom and Rage Physical Edition for PS5 launches April 7th. Let's see if we have done anything here. Do I really need to make a YouTube short on this? It looks like I possibly last made a YouTube short in February for this. So right now, while I'm still cleaning up the fault list, I don't think I'd make an extra YouTube short. But I do need to check things like this to have a date as far as the last time I saw them. Astrobot Update adds 5 new Vicious Void Galaxy levels on July 10th. Which, 5 new levels and then more levels to come, I believe, is the promise. Demio X Dungeons and Dragons Battlemarked launches in late 2025 for the PS5, PSVR 2, PC, and Quest. I don't know what Demio really stands for, though. What that means. I guess maybe there's a game called Demio, and it's Demio Cross Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, I guess that's how it's going. I almost thought for a second there that maybe if you add something and Dungeons and Dragons, you might be legally in the clear. Like Dungeons and Dragons, Dung and Dungeons and Dragons, or something like that. Might be in the realm of parody, but I don't think that would really work legally. Digimon Story Time Stranger, not Time Spy, launches October 3rd. I may have said Time Agent also. Story seems a little weird in that you have these two characters, which I think are brother and sister, have been sent back in the past like 8 years where the world is about to collapse. And then they go back in the past and they have no knowledge of Digimon or the digital world at all. And yet their investigation quickly leads them to the thought that the disaster in the future, where they're from, is based on the Digimon fighting this group called the Titans, which I don't know who the Titans really are. So yeah, it seems like it is a different story, new story, based on what I barely paid attention to the trailer. There is a specific humanoid Digimon that I think plays a big role too, that may not be in any of these screenshots. And then this character seems to be a big character too. Not that humanoid Digimon, though. Yeah. And certainly one of those screenshots is not like the others as far as the amount of underboob and belly showing. So yeah, it definitely feels like it's just going to be a different story, and I'm not going to sit here and watch this entire trailer. Maybe we can jump around. It's one of these old-fashioned trailers where there's just a lot of talk happening. At least this trailer is. This may be a different one. That's the humanoid Digimon. And I can't help but wonder if the two protagonists are just gender swaps, whether you want to play as a girl or a boy. Now, certainly you're getting a different story and a more mature story in this Digimon game if this is gonna be for like older kids, which I assume it is for older kids, if not adults. But yeah, it's gonna be so different. Certainly it's just not gonna feel like it's comparable to Pokemon, which, yeah, that has been a problem that has hurt Digimon throughout its entire release in the West, as it is just compared to Pokemon, and it's just very much a different thing and didn't have anywhere as much of a push and promotion and as much of a budget as Pokemon did. Like, Nintendo almost certainly would have gone bankrupt had Pokemon failed, but they kind of knew by the time they were really pushing it and promoting it in the West that it was a majorly popular series because they had already tested it out in Japan. But yeah, had there been a major failure of Pokemon in the West, Nintendo would have suffered financially quite a bit. Gaming on Linux says Monster Train 2 is a seriously incredible deck builder game. Okay. At some point I'm gonna probably have to tip my toes back into playing a deck builder type game. But I'm not particularly in the mood at the moment. Komatsu says an alien invasion rail shooter called Turret Girls has been announced for PC. Turret, not toilet. And yet, weirdly, you see this on several of the games on Steam too, where they are just either accurately labeled as frequent nudity and sexual content, or inaccurately, very often labeled as frequent nudity and sexual content. Let's see. In this case, I think the truth of it is accurately labeled. There is a screenshot here showing censored nudity, and that it's a nude lady with flowers over her naughty bits. And then there's another screenshot showing like an x-ray through her clothes, and there's another screenshot showing a panty shot. So interesting that Komatsu would talk about that game and put out that announcement, because they tend not to get announcements and press releases for adult games. And Danjin Entertainment is one of the publishers of Turret Girls, so I'll be interested in seeing if that game somehow gets more promotion and becomes more popular, or it actually sells or gets reviews. I imagine it won't. I imagine it's probably just a low effort tank driving game, which is what it looks like mostly. Moving on, Sword of the Sea launches August 19th. Which, let's see if there's a Steam page for that. We really should only have a few more games from Komatsu. Yeah. Got about 8 more tabs, 5 of which are from Komatsu. Phasmophobia film adaptation by Blumhouse has been announced. I don't think they put any trailer out or anything like that. We can look at the Phasmophobia game on Steam and see that it is still in early access. And I think the concept of Phasmophobia may be so simplistic that you could make almost any generic horror movie and then label Phasmophobia as the title and only have to make a few changes. if I was to guess. But of course I haven't played this game, so I might be 100% wrong there. Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles, has been announced for modern consoles and the PS4 and the Switch, but not the Xbox One. PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Steam. No Steam link on that article. Deltarune is now on Steam with chapters 1 through 4 available, which definitely feels like you're not getting the entirety of the game. Deltarune is the anagram of Undertale and the sequel to Undertale. If not storyline wise, definitely spiritually. We can see it is overwhelmingly positive already. But yeah, that kind of enthusiasm almost has to be rewarded. So I'll just go ahead and put that on the wish list. Ritual of Raven launches August 7th. It's a cozy farming simulation game. Let's see it on Steam. Again, I am really at a point where I don't really trust the phrase cozy. It's more than not just trusting the phrase cozy. I really just have no interest in games labeled cozy. I very rarely want to play a game, particularly on my PC, for making footage that is cozy. I want something either mentally stimulating or even slightly physically stimulating by button presses. The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog adds Deus Ex on June 17th, Twisted Metal 3 and 4 on July 15th, and Resident Evil 2 and 3 this summer. I would assume these are the remasters of Resident Evil 2 and 3? I'm not sure. I feel like Twisted Metal, once again, has been a series that has failed to relaunch. They were trying to do something there. I wonder if that Twisted Metal TV series, I think it was a TV series, I don't think it was a movie, ever went anywhere. It may have come out and people just didn't pay any attention to it. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak expansion sells top 10 million. Which, yeah, that is a big number. Where's that with Monster Hunter World, though? I think Monster Hunter World is probably still much higher than that. Let's see it on Steam. Yeah, there's very little reason why you would... Do I own this game? No, I don't. Yeah, you can see this is mixed overall, but people more recently are happy about it. But yeah, what does it really say when there's 20 people in the last 30 days that are 85% happy with it versus 62% of 4,000 people over the course of at least 3 years? A short-term improvement is not that big of a deal. But the main game is very positive, so there's some part of the game that people like. Right. Here's a mixed game, which in this case I can just remove it and uncheck it because I would never really consider making a YouTube short on this game because it's mixed already. It's not gonna likely get better than that, and if it did get better then I'd consider it, certainly. So, but then I'd have to see it again, and the odds of me seeing it again And that's the elephant in the room, certainly, with this whole system, is that the odds of me seeing any of these games, whether I put them on the wish list, the follow list, or my own local storage JavaScript click button that I've created, is very low unless I go out and seek them, which is what I'm going to end up having to do. Alright, that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com for the most part. We already watched the Witcher 4 Unreal Engine tech demo. I think you probably would get a lot more if you listen to it than just watch it, but I don't think anybody other than a programmer is really going to care too much about this tech demo, because I don't think the actual final product is going to be anything close to this. It might be a lot better, it might just look really different. And then we watched the trailer for 007 First Light, launching in 2026. The GameDeveloper.com articles are RuneScape Studio Jagex has laid off an undisclosed number of non-player facing staff. The studio says its roadmap won't change because of these job reductions. That is a probably insulting phrase to say non-player facing. What does that mean? It means QA testers, janitors, managers tend not to be player facing either. Programmers, I guess, could be argued to not be player facing. Frankly, you could argue every single person is non-player facing other than the PR team that is actually on camera facing a player. But I would imagine they're excluding managers from layoffs as much as possible anytime they're doing these layoffs. And they would argue that managers do take interviews and are player facing. I would imagine they probably argue that programmers and voice actors and animators are player facing. I would heavily suspect this is going to be QA people more than anything else. So yeah, we can't go even a couple days without more layoffs being announced. Let's see. The Build a Rocket Boy company execs are departing 1 week before Mind's Eye launches. A heartfelt thank you will have to do is a quote here. So that does not inspire confidence, certainly, leaving even before it launches. This is a chief legal officer and chief financial officer, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Apparently this news comes days after a user in the Mind's Eye Discord server asked studio co-CEO if the people who reacted negatively to the game were financed by someone, to which he replied 100%. He then claimed that there's been a concerted effort to trash the game in the studio. Interesting. So was that a sock puppet account of the CEO asking him that question? Or even if it wasn't, certainly him commenting like that. So he's claiming someone is trashing the game. I haven't heard anything about Mind's Eye so far. It didn't look amazing, but as far as the trailer I saw, but it might be a fine game. It feels like one of those games that once you actually get into the story and once you get into the gameplay, it might very well be perfectly acceptable type of game. Let's see. Tencent sinks more cash into Playground Games founder's new studio. Which is one of those headlines that is just confused. So the guy who founded Playground Games founded a new studio, probably Lighthouse Games, and Tencent has invested more into that. And the founder's name is Gavin Rayburn, and this happened in 2022. There was another headline that I heard where they were saying Valve had invented a brain chip, and that was completely inaccurate too. Gabe Newell, the at one time owner of Valve and probably still biggest shareholder of Valve as a private company, I guess maybe he is just straight up the owner, but I don't know. Just because you're private doesn't mean you don't have several partners and that you don't have stocks. It just means you're not publicly traded on a stock market. And at a certain point, if you get big enough, I think they almost force you to be publicly traded on the stock market. But yeah, Gabe Newell established a new company that is working on a brain chip, which they tested out and put into someone's brain as a first test and then took it out after 8 minutes. Which, yeah, that's a nice and cautious and slow way of doing that instead of potentially killing somebody because you're pushing it too hard or moving too fast. I think we are still going to be decades away from the average healthy person being willing or being able to afford to install a brain chip that would actually be able to communicate and be effective. I would love an effective brain chip that would take my every thought and do Google searches for me and tell me information. But I definitely don't want to be the lab rat there. I really want to see people have it for 30 or 40 years before I got one. And yeah, we are far away from that. Now, most of these brain chips are not even being designed really for that. They're being designed to help paraplegic people whose lifestyle and quality of life is so low that the risk of putting a chip in your brain is worth it. It's going to be a long time before people get chips in their brain for things like strokes or for perhaps blindness, color blindness, stutters, things like that. They're going to be very specialized chips, and they're going to take a long time to get perfected, to the point where by the time they are reasonable and perfected, they're probably not even going to have silicon in them. They're probably going to be organic chips that would work in fairly different ways. And certainly there's a sci-fi future where kids that are chipped all of a sudden have career paths in a future, and the poor kids that don't have chips are going to the mines to work for the rest of their lives. Which, yeah, if it was all of the Nepo babies that got chips in the brain, you might very quickly find hackers that are just hacking the brains of Nepo babies too, which would be the next story in a sci-fi future like that. Moving on, the Witcher 4 tech demo highlights the open world credentials of the Unreal Engine 5.6. The latest version of the popular engine also includes powerful new animation and rigging features. There is definitely an argument that is being made, though, that the Unreal Engine is really just adding new features for visual effects and rendering on more and more costly hardware, just more expensive video cards, more expensive CPUs, and that they aren't really optimizing as much as they should be, and they're not really focused on making anything other than hyper-realistic physics and graphics, which I guess the Unreal Engine has always been mostly around making games like that. You definitely wouldn't make something that looked like a Unity game in the Unreal Engine as easily. And yes, the Godot engine's rendering, their Volt engine, is going to be not as polished and not as nice as the Unreal Engine's rendering. But it's going to be good enough. And the Godot engine is not going to cost you a license fee, and it's going to be multi-platform. And so for a lot of game developers that are trying to make things that aren't hyper realistic, you're going to see a lot of them stick with Unity, and a lot of them, I think, eventually move over to the Godot engine or some other engine. Which there is a new beta for the Godot engine that has some new features, but no news article about it, and it's probably not particularly interesting to cover. I would have thought Gaming on Linux would have covered it. Maybe they will get around to it later. Phasmophobia being turned into a movie after topping 23 million sales. I had not realized it had sold that much. Wizard of the Coast teams up with Giant Skull on an epic single-player Dungeons & Dragons game. I think we had already talked about this, and we might have some redundant GameDeveloper.com articles today. Weirdly, it's weird they even have 3 game developer articles, though. Like, they really have not been that frequent ever. They usually put out 1 article every 4 or 5 days at most, which is fine for me as far as a news source. I would get overwhelmed if they tried to put their industry insider, often heavily opinionated stories more frequently. Zynga shuttered the Torchlight 3 developer Etc. Games. Studio was acquired by Zynga in 2021 and has been working on an RPG with a cross-platform capabilities. I do not believe anybody really liked Torchlight 3. Let's be honest, I didn't even really like Torchlight 2. It's just a little bit too much of the same as Torchlight 1, and I think Torchlight 1 did it much better than Torchlight 2 did. I imagine Torchlight 3 wasn't really a vast improvement. So, yeah, and we're certainly in a different place now. Probably even when I did play Torchlight 1 for my channel, I could have been playing something closer to a Diablo clone than Torchlight 1 was, and there is just now actual opportunities to play Diablo on Steam, at least something called Diablo in Diablo 4, and there are other games that are close to Diablo, although a lot of them have that seasonality aspect to them that I'm just not interested in. Yeah, I just want a one and done experience as far as Diablo games go. And then, what is coming as no surprise to me, People Can Fly has blamed Square Enix for the latest layoffs and project cancellations. Polish studio claims Square Enix's failure to deliver a content writer caused significant uncertainty and destabilized its business. What is a content writer in that case? Yeah. The suspension of the Gemini project is the consequence of the fact that the publisher has not presented us with a draft of the subsequent content writer to the publishing agreement, covering the terms and condition of future further milestones on Project Gemini, and the lack of communication from the publisher as to its willfulness to continue or terminate the Gemini project. So basically they weren't returning their phone calls, and they weren't giving them the legal agreements they need, is what People Can Fly is saying. Which, yeah, sounds like a very Japanese way of firing people, is to simply just stop giving them work and stop talking to them. Okay, well, as I see it, I think we have a lot of games on Steam to go through, so I am going to need to take another bathroom break, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for that again. Alright, so we're going to go through all the new games on Steam. Even though we've been going through games quite a bit. At this point, I was like many months ago, I was talking about anime style, kawaii, moe, chibi style as far as anime games quite a bit, and we're just seeing a lot less of those, and that same old rant really is not needed to be discussed as often. Same is true with dark screenshot syndrome, a made up phrase I made. As far as games with dark screenshots, we've just seen way less of that. RPG Maker games, still seeing plenty of asset flips being made, but more often, which is kind of getting what I would just call garbage games, in that they just don't look particularly great. This Lunar Eclipse game definitely looks to me like it is selling itself like Yeti, in that the character's in a bit of a skin tight outfit and a thing. It's tagged as a hidden object, but interestingly not tagged with any adult content. So maybe this is a lewd, not nude game as far as the direction it goes. And there is really an argument towards the idea of having a character feel vulnerable. Of course, the bunny suit, another swimsuit there, is kind of extreme. Yeah, it says general mature content may include nudity and sexual content. So this is kind of a great example of a game that I might want to put back on the fall list just to see what level of adult content is in it and what the reception really is. But then also, if it's true to its word, it's not going to be YouTube family friendly. So I guess what I'll do is just check mark it, but then not leave it open. That way I don't actually make a YouTube short around it. But certainly a game like that is going to catch my attention a lot more than just a garbage asset flip game. At least there is some effort there to be visually appealing. In a lot of ways, a game like that may very well just be the equivalent of like a porn parody movie, where it's first and foremost a porn, but also it's a parody of something else. So that it can be enjoyed potentially on two different layers, two different levels. Still getting a ton of Backrooms games. Still get what look like joke troll games, which, yeah, get a decent amount of ones that don't support English. I'm noticing a lot of games on the fall list also either never supported English, or they only are labeled as having English subtitles, so then they get this box saying it doesn't support English interface. There's probably plenty of games that say they have full English audio when there is no voice acting also. But I wonder if there aren't some games on Steam that launch saying they support English and then update to say they don't support English in some kind of silly way of trying to, I don't know, hide their game from people, prevent new sales. I don't know why you really would want to do that. Let's see, do I care about the Tavern in the Woods? No, I don't think I do. Battle Shadow. Just seems like you have no textures in that case. There's Blade and Soul Neo. It's rated mostly negative. It's an MMO. it certainly would catch my attention if it wasn't just so negatively received. I think we're going to see a lot more of this also, where you have MMO mobile games, or things that feel a lot like mobile games, that just have a ton of in-app purchases and are overly monetized, or just play terribly. 24% positive. Awful skill system books instead of skill tree. No space for experimentation, too expensive. You can only like this game if you want to try fentanyl while being in an abusive relationship with someone that empties your credit cards, hits and mistreats you, gives you nothing back but misery. Well, that is a colorful description, certainly. So you have people here that are very unhappy with that game. And that is certainly the danger too, is that you're going to have sexy ladies and sexy dudes to hide the fact that the game itself is terrible. Let's see, Nature's Ascendancy doesn't really look like anything to me. I'm actually going to talk about the games today, it seems, instead of just going through this mostly in silence. Yeah. And I think it may be a while before my news feeds update, so trying to do what I did today was probably a really stupid thing. Well, no probability about it, it was a really stupid thing as far as following the news feed and doing faultless cleanup using the news feed. Yeah. Ferdinand Fox tries eco-terrorism. I wonder if playing a game like that would even work on YouTube, or whether you would just get a content ID strike or a community guideline strike, more likely. Kill the clock. So we still have some fall list cleanup going on in between all this. Lost in Lo-Fi. Yeah, this doesn't really look like a game. It says it's an idle game. Echoes of MK Ultra. Make a YouTube short on that, just in the thought that maybe that would get me a bunch of search results for people looking up MK Ultra. Search engine optimization. Primal Frost might be something. There are definitely by far more games that have little dinosaurs in them than there are games that actually are good with dinosaurs in them, which would be true for any subject, but it's particularly true with dinosaur games and Dino Crisis inspired games. I don't know why it is so hard to make a dinosaur shooting game though, or dinosaur hunting game. It really shouldn't be that hard, but inherently I could see one of the problems is that we just really haven't been developing and making the AI for animals in general. Like almost all the animals that you hunt in almost every game are very simplified AI and usually are not designed to be particularly aggressive and attack you back. So if you're hunting with a bow and arrow in a Tomb Raider reboot game, for instance, the animals for the most part stay away from you, and if they do attack you, you're going to get in Tomb Raider just a quick time event to fight it off. And I guess Monster Hunter is the major exception there. And I guess at a certain point, if you already have Monster Hunter games as a series of games, maybe there's just not enough room for a dinosaur-specific fighting game. Or perhaps it is guns that are the problem. Being able to shoot dinosaurs might be the issue. Most of the people who are making dinosaur hunting games, or a lot of them, let's not say most, are also trying to make asset flip games, and so I wouldn't be surprised if there just aren't a lot of already coded, already programmed dinosaurs, skeletal frames available to use, or dinosaur AI already programmed to use. It's also interesting that even in horror games, we very rarely get attacked by smaller animals. Mice, weevils, worms, things like that. Slugs. But you would think that would happen more often. Even in like cutscenes. How many horror games I imagine exist where you stick your hand in some kind of chest or something to pick up an object, where you could have had a rat bite you and give a jump scare. And that's something you definitely would see in a movie as far as a jump scare. I'm sure that would only happen a few times before you were used to it in any specific game, but you could randomize it certainly in a video game too. Yeah. It would be kind of crazy if... I'll actually make a YouTube short on that one. If there was any big announcements or big releases at the moment. I think I said it last stream that unless there was an announcement from the State of Play, people are just gonna not release anything and get out of the way. There's a lot of visual novels also that left my follow list, which in fairness, I don't think I'd cover too many visual novels. Maybe I'd have some nieces and nephews that maybe got into them, and if they did, I would probably be super happy. I don't know if their parents would be, but as long as they're not too obscene, getting kids to read is always a priority for me. And yeah, all these tabs are still in the wrong place, so the follow list cleanup was all supposed to be to the right of this interstitial tag, and instead I have just this, which this is the news feed that I used to open up all those follow list cleanups, the thing I shouldn't have done, and a couple more tabs. Why am I scrolling up anyways? At some point though, my follow list will be in a much better situation once it's cleared out, and this will potentially make some sense. Yeah. This one's already checked, so we leave that one alone. This is gaming on Linux. And I think we covered all of this, so that this is kind of a good way of double checking to make sure we covered all the news before I wrap up the stream, which I think we got everything. So yeah, I'd say felt like 75% of all of this today's stream was just going through announcements from the State of Play, and we know that the Summer Games Fest, which is effectively just replacing E3, is going to continue on. So Friday is almost certainly going to be difficult, a long one. Maybe not difficult, but long, for sure. And yeah, we're just going to have a lot more announcements, I suspect, and a lot more trailers for new games. And unless there is a game that is released as soon as it has a trailer at E3, imagine most of the games on Steam are going to stick out of the way, and you're just going to get very different types of games, such as this visual novel coming out instead. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.